I would like to call to order the August 7th, 2023 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray. I'm your chairperson. We have Mr. Neal to my right. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson, Mr. Truslow, Mr. Williams, and Ms. Switzer Smalls should be en route or soon to come. Staff members that we have present tonight are Miss Sally Brooks. She will be acting as our administrator on this deal tonight. Ms. Clark, Mr. Dowling, Mr. Foster, and Mr. Matthew Hussman. Our attorney tonight is Mr. Kevin Hugie. He is probably en route as well with all this traffic coming off of 526. Because the hearing tonight is a fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have requested declaration of our meeting have also been notified. Board members, the meeting notes for July 10th, the public hearing were mailed to you. Are there any changes? If so, if not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
And thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. So it is unanimous. It does carry. Our case ruling from this and any BZA meeting are available to the public and for review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeal is a quasi-judicial body that it has decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that is in an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of any zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 vote of the quorum is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation, also known as ZELDAR. BZA must find that the special exception request meets all 6 of the approval criteria in order to grant a special exception. With this one, we have a simple majority is required to grant a special exception. Then we have finally a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA regulation of the ordinance where such an action will not, I repeat, will not be in contrary to the public interest and to the conditions particular to the property, and not a result of the actions or the situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code that would result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And such a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of South Carolina and Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. With this one, a simple majority is also needed to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board to gather pertinent evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a member of the BZA finds need for further information to clarify a case, the board has been issued the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding, and we can take no actions to negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff and the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent body of this record. It is assumed that it is true, complete, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by this staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the applicant's effect on surrounding properties. The board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of the public hearing. It will be mailed certified mail to applicants and U.S. mail to neighbors and the community of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, an appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives this board under the jurisdiction to hear this matter or any other matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything that is said in this meeting will be true, complete, and accurate. All members and all information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either in writing or orally. Each person who wishes to speak to this board tonight, we ask that you stand as a group, and our secretary will administer the oath. So at this time, if you would, Ms. Brooks.
Okay. If you would like to speak or think that you would like to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
Very good. I will now call each case by case number. If staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case limited to 5 minutes. I would then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting any testimony, and is limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking in opposition to the case. They will also follow the same procedure for themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant would then have a chance to reply to any opposition, and they are limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight, we'll hear 10 cases, 10 new cases. And before we do that, board members, since Ms. Working is not here, Ms. Working is our secretary and normally handles our administrative work. At this time, I need a motion to elect Ms. Brooks as acting secretary. Can I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Okay. So I have a motion that's been properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. That carries. So congratulations. You get a chance to do some extra work today for the same pay. So great. No, we'll put some extra in your check for that. So Ms. Brooks, if you would. Our first case tonight will be BZA 06-23-006 686, or 690, excuse me.
Yes, the applicant, representative from the applicant is actually here. They've requested postponement.
86?
No, sir.
He's listed.
That is BZA case 0723-00690, 691, and 692.
Or the Grand
They have
Prix.
emailed and asked for a postponement.
All right, thank you.
Protected tree cases on.
So we're starting off with 690 then.
Yeah, since they have requested the postponement, if people are here for that case, it would be probably best to make a decision on that. So
They wanted to postpone it for how long?
that has not been determined at this point. There is a
Okay.
representative from the applicant here.
Okay.
If
I'll take it.
you would like to hear more
So,
information.
the applicant for case 690. Are you here? If you would, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why you would want a deferment. Please,
Good
sir.
evening, Board. Yes, Justin Smith on behalf of Pulte Homes applicant.
A little louder, please, sir.
Justin Smith on behalf of the applicant Pulte Homes. It's my understanding is just a discussion between the city and Charleston to buy a little more time to review the project. And that's just the nature of the postponement request.
Okay, so I'm understanding this correctly. You need time to communicate with the other side, basically.
That's that's correct.
Okay. And so how much time are you seeking? Well, first of all, how many cases do we have on the docket for next month or even the following?
Yeah, so a timetable has not been determined. That's why we would like to request this as a postponement instead of a deferral, so that when and if it is rescheduled, we can address
Okay.
that at the time.
Thank you. I wasn't listening
Okay. That's okay.
actively. I'm sorry. So you wanting a postponement then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Board members, you've heard the applicant to postpone the case and allowing staff to kind of fit it in whenever they can based on availability.
So, Mr. Chair, for BZA 0723-00690, 00691, and 00692, I would make a motion that we postpone this request until the applicant has time to reevaluate their situation.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Williams, I saw your hand too, so.
No, I had a quick question. Did he mention the city of Charleston or Charleston County that he's having to communicate with?
It's both. That's
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So
thank-
we have a motion. Do I have a second? Yeah. I got a second. All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous, so your postponement has been granted. Thank you. Who's doing our next case? You, Mr. Dowling?
Are there people that are here for that postponement? Looks like there's some questions or
No, just whenever.
stuff. No, I'm saying that are still here.
Anyone in the audience for this case, it will not be heard tonight. It'll be
Yeah, that's nice.
re-advertised when and if it is rescheduled. Thank you.
Thank you. So what case we're going to now, Mr. Joshua Dowling?
We're going to case 0423-00666.
All right.
6-6.
If people signed up to speak, do we just have to leave or be given another opportunity to sign out before
Yes,
in the mail?
it'll be posted in the newspaper. Thank you. Just for clarification, anybody who's here for those cases that we just postponed, you will be getting information out in the newspaper and any other news media as well. You'll get a chance to come back and speak at that time, whenever the case come back.
That's all free.
Yes. Mr. Dowling?
All right. BZA case 0423-00666. The applicant and property owner, Sarah Beth Camp, represented by John A. Mallison, Esquire of Willis, Mallison and Allen LLC, is requesting a variance to reduce the 50-foot required front street setback by 14 feet to 36 feet for an existing unpermitted shed at 2716 Castnet Road, TMS number 259-000080 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the Rural Agriculture AG8 zoning district. The .78 acre subject property contains an unpermitted 27.4 by 50.3 shed on an existing single-family residence. Part of the email that was received from the applicant, there is an original structure on the property in the same area. The original structure was built in the 1990s sometime. The previous owner, Gary Ford, stated that the construction of the new shed was done in June of 2021. We purchased the property in November of 2021. I think we closed exactly on November 6, 2021. We bought the property with the shed and the single-family home. 2716 Castnet Road next door is our primary residence. At 2718 Castnet Road, we bought the property because it was next door and we needed additional space. The structure is in the same footprint that measured 30 feet by 60 feet. The structure is now 30 feet by 50 feet with a 10-foot difference that was taken from the front street side setback. The structure has been listed on the tax records. So staff conducted a site visit on May the 9th and July 18th. That is the aerial view. That is a map view of the subject property and the surrounding properties. The aerial views. And that is the existing unpermitted shed. More of the subject property in Castnet Road. The site plan that was submitted. Plat. So staff believes that criteria 1 may have been met, criteria 2 may have been met, criteria 3 may have been met, criteria 4 may have been met. It does meet criteria 5, and it may meet criteria 6, and it may meet criteria 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 0423 and 00666, a variance to reduce the 50-foot front street setback by 14 feet to 36 feet for an unpermitted shed at 2716 Castnet Road, TMS number 259-000080 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Staff does not have any conditions for this case. Any questions?
Any questions of staff, gentlemen? Okay.
Mr. Downey?
Yes, sir.
Did you confirm that tax records do indicate that a structure was present and they've been paying taxes on an accessory dwelling, or?
I do not, but by the time the applicant is finished or you circle back for questions, I will have that answer for you.
Okay. And second, I guess follow up to that, did you look at any historic aerials to see if a structure was present?
I did not. Just a moment of transparency, I've received this case this morning.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha. So
I will have that
We're
answer
missing
for you.
Jenny is what you're saying.
Yes, sir, but I will have that answer for you by the time we circle back with questions.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. I take it that you're going to represent the applicant today.
I am, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm John Massillon. My address is 97 Broad Street in Charleston, 29401. And I'm here for Mr. and Mrs. Camp, who are just here to my right. And if I could someone pull up the overhead shot just of the area without the photograph? Keep going back a couple more. You would, that one right there. Thank you. For reference purposes, Mr. and Mrs. Camp own the lot that is shown as number 113 to the right of the subject property, and they also owned 080, which is the subject of this variance request. As you've heard from staff, the variance that has been requested is to reduce the setback from 50 feet to 36 feet. So we're asking for a 14-foot reduction in the setback. You heard that when Mr. and Mrs. Camp purchased this property, the house and the shed that is the subject of this were already in place. I do want to make one correction for the record, though. They purchased the property in November of 20, not November of 21. So that was just a mistake in the year. I don't think it affects the analysis at all, but it was November 20, not November of 21. Just a little bit of detail about this that I think will be important. As you saw from the photographs, this property is located on a rural road on Johns Island that has roughly a dozen houses on it. Mr. and Mrs. Camp purchased 113 in 2016. That's what they use as their primary residence. They live there with their 3 young daughters. In November of 20, they purchased 080, and you heard from Mr. Ford. At the time they purchased it, it had a shed already in this footprint that we're here about tonight. Their understanding is that shed replaced an earlier structure that had been installed sometime in the 90s. That was a bigger shed, and the one that's there now, I understand, is 10 feet further back from the road than the prior structure. So you heard that the earlier structure was 30 by 60. This one's 30 by 50, and the 10 feet came off of the roadside, as I understand it. The variance criteria I'd like to touch on just briefly. First, as far as the extraordinary and exceptional conditions, my clients purchased this property with this structure already in place, and this condition does not apply to other properties in the vicinity. As far as we know, you can look at the aerial map and see that there aren't other structures similarly situated. As far as application of the ordinance prohibiting or unreasonably restricting the use, on that point, what we have is a shed that if the ordinance is applied strictly, they're going to either have to use a lot less of it or they're going to have to take it down, which we think is an unreasonable restriction under these circumstances. As you heard, it is not anything they did. It's a situation they came to on the property, so this is not a hardship that they have created or imposed on themselves. As far as effects on the neighboring properties or the area or the zoning designation in this part of the county, first of all, of course, they own the property on one side of it, and so the property owners of 113 are heartily in favor of granting this variance, since they own that one too. As far as the property on the other side, they tell me that since this issue's come up, they planted a bamboo screen, a buffer between them and their neighbor to the left, and they don't believe that there's any ill effects, any unusual effects on the neighboring property from the shed. As far as the criteria number 5, I don't think there's any question that they meet that. They're not asking to do something that's not allowed in the district or extend a non-conforming use or change some zoning boundaries. So I don't think that is in play at all. And then lastly, as staff has pointed out, if you find there's a hardship that warrants this variance, I think that it would not be in conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Although these questions weren't asked of me, I can answer one of the questions that Mr. Nelson asked. I looked at the aerial maps for this property that go back to 2001, and what I could see when I looked at them was you can clearly see the larger shed, I think, in the 2001 aerial. In the ones between 2001 and now, the property to me looks so heavily wooded that it's really hard to tell from an aerial exactly what's there and when, but I think the 2001 aerial shows pretty clearly that the bigger shed was there, and it appears closer to the road to me. And of course, the current aerial in 21 shows that it was there. But in between, I just can't make enough out of it because of the woods in this area to be able to tell. But generally, what I see from those aerials jives with what I hear. I did not check the tax records. My client tells me that they've been paying on 2 structures on that, but I did not have the foresight to check that before I came here this evening. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. I know my time is limited, and so I yield the floor unless anybody's got any questions for me.
Well, thank you so very much for your testimony. Does any board member have a question?
Got 2 short ones.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 quick questions. Well, what's the use of the shed in 080? I guess the one we're here talking about, the subject property. Has that changed? Or what was it when you bought it? Give me a little bit of information on that.
Sure. My understanding is the current use of the shed is a couple things, mostly storage, and then I think that my clients have got some, what they describe as dog runs coming out of it. They've got some fenced-in area adjacent to it, not on the roadside, meaning in the setback area, but on the other side where dogs come out. What I've heard about the property prior to their ownership is that things were stored everywhere, I would say. And so I'm not sure that they know, but I'm happy to look over. Do y'all know what it was used for before?
Yeah, he can answer the attorney for me.
I'm not sure that they really know what the shed was used for, but I understand that the property had a lot of things stored on it all over the place, and some in the shed and all over the yard, I think.
Okay, so they're not using this as residential. They're going to use this storage shed for potential business or something like that? Is that going to?
That's not my understanding. I think they just use it for personal storage, and I'll look over to try to get confirmation of that, but I don't think it's a business issue. I think they just use it personally. The house that's on this parcel 080, I understand, is currently vacant.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Mr. Nelson? He answered it. No one else. Thank you so very much for your
Thank you for your time and attention.
Yes, sir. Who's posting the time on the thing? Ladies and gentlemen, also, we want you to know that we do have monitors down front. We won't be looking behind us. So don't think that we're not interested in your case. We do have monitors up front. And also, we will have that timer running, so please be respectful of your time that we have unless the board chooses to give you some additional time. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this? Yes, sir, I saw your hand. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this application, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Pratt. I live 2714 Castanet Road.
State your name again, please.
Brandon Pratt, P-R-A-T-T. My wife's maiden name is Barry, so you may see that on the documents that you have. I live on the other side of the property requesting the variance. So the only property that really has, a direct complaint with adjacency. First of all, I know you guys are only as good as the information that you're given, and we are under oath. And I don't know what the attorney's was given by his client, but Mr. Ford didn't build this structure. It's not a shed. The tax records indicate that it was a detached carport. It was built in 1988. There's a lot of ambiguity here. We think we bought it then, this time. It was built in the 90s sometime. It wasn't. They may have closed in November of 2020, but they took possession of the property prior to that. Mr. Ford grew ill, and his daughter was taking care of him. He was in the hospital, and then he ended up passing away. But they had started construction on this, and the county knew about it, and they didn't. They came out and inspected it, and they made him replace some sheathing. But what was initially there was probably 16 by, I'll give you 40 feet. I think it was closer to 30, but we'll say 16 by 40. It was three-sided. It had a galvanized roof, and it just basically had 4x4 posts holding up this detached carport. And the walls were open. It did have some wood or metal, but it wasn't enclosed whatsoever. And it was essentially just a detached carport or a lean-to. There was no concrete slab, and certainly not of this significant size. And what the use of it, okay, they've been running their roofing company out of there, which I've had issue with. And that wasn't, I didn't even really have a problem with that initially, despite their, running their employees back and forth in and out of there in trailers, and that dirt road honestly just can't handle it. But it's the next venture, and I have text messages between myself and Mr. Camp about the next venture, and even about the utility shed when it was first started. But the next venture is a dog breeding facility, so that's why there are runs, okay? And I don't care what kind of dogs it is, but...
So right now, your time has expired.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see if there's a board member that might have a question for you. Do we have any board member that has a question? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Pratt, can you tell us a little bit more about the dog operation that's currently at the site?
Sure. I know that it doesn't meet the zoning, the use for that area. And primarily because the building size is 1,500 square feet. If it was 1,000 square feet, then maybe they could get away with it if it was a primary residence or whatever. But essentially, they're breeding dogs on their property. They put another structure, like an actual shed, which by definition a shed, this is not a shed. They put this new shed on their property next door, and that's where they're housing the actual puppies. But then they have a few dogs that they leave in this garage kennel dog run, and they defecate and run, and I can smell it.
Okay.
It's campbullykennels.com is their website.
What is it?
Camp Bully Kennels.
Camp Bully?
Yes. Their last name is Camp.
Bully. I think bully like a pit
Bully
bull.
like
Bravo.
dog, right?
Okay. Anyone else? Any board member have a question? Well, we thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Pratt. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none. You have the right of rebuttal. I see you getting up. You're limited to...
Probably hear this from lawyers all the time, but I'll be brief. I spoke with my clients, and they deny that they're using it commercially or for a dog breeding operation. But if the board is concerned about that, we'd be glad to accept those conditions that if the variance is approved, it not be used for those purposes.
For business purpose?
Yes. And again, if there are any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but that's it for me. Thank you.
One moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think I read either in the presentation or in your application that it says that the old shed was the same size, the old shed was larger than the current shed. I want you to confirm that.
That's my understanding, and as I said, I looked at the aerials, and I'd certainly refer you to those, but if you look at the 2001 aerial, it looks like it's a bigger building than this one.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're saying that they did no addition to that building since they purchased it?
My understanding is, and again, I'll kind of look over to make sure that I've got it right, but my understanding is that they put sides on the building. So I think it was what I'd probably describe as a pole shed, and they put some siding on the outside of it. But again, I think the issue we hear about is the footprint of it, which is what's in the setback. And so I don't believe that those issues are really zoning issues to my way of thinking. But my understanding is they did do some work on it after they acquired the property to kind of enclose it and turn it from a pole shed into the thing that you see in the photographs.
And the question about it being a roofing company in there? Or
Again,
housing a roofing company?
My clients, you can see them nodding their head no, and they tell me they're not running their roofing company out of there. And you can hear him, he said they store some things in there, including equipment, but not
So
running.
they have a roofing business, then is my question.
Mr. Camp does have a construction business. Is it just roofing? Roofing construction, that's right. So he does have that.
Okay, so they are housing a business out of there then.
Well, they're storing equipment in there, but I don't think,
But that's, I'm sorry,
I'm
you've
sorry.
had your opportunity
I'm
to
sorry.
speak.
I don't think I thought the question was, is he running a business out of there? And I think the answer to that's no, but it sounds like he has got some equipment stored in there.
So he would have equipment, supplies, and everything else in there.
I don't know about supplies.
So,
Supplies?
okay, so I know you keep referring back to him. He had a chance to come there, so
understand.
we depend on you to give us.
Well, I want to make sure I'm giving you the best information that I can, and I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I understand.
Without
Yes.
checking with him on that, though, I do not know.
Leads me to believe, I want to ask, when did they hire you for this, you know? Anyone else have a question? Thank you so very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, all right, at this time, the case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any discussion, any questions for
Mr.
staff?
Chairman, may I ask a parliamentary procedure here, since I'm still so pretty new here? I'd like to have some discussion.
Yeah,
But
that's-
do you want me to make a motion first and then have a discussion? What's the procedure?
Do you have any questions of staff?
Yeah, I do have one first.
Let's load that one off first.
Mr. Downey or whoever can handle this. Obviously, a couple of us up here are nodding our heads about the commercial aspect of it, but I don't think the commercial aspect comes in front of us. We're asking here for the variance, if I'm correct.
Correct.
So personally, I don't have any problem with the variance, but I have a huge problem if we're getting ready, this is going to be the final straw in the back to allow some problems to happen in that neighborhood for commercial business, whether it's roofing, dogging. I wouldn't want to have a dog yard come up to me next door. Now, that's all under the policing arm of the zoning department, the business license department, and things like that. So I doubt we would need to put additional requirements in our motion for approval for that. But give me some understanding of what needs to be done, or if there's any fear from the zoning department if this variance was to go through, and then you'd have to police it.
I think the best way to do that, Mr. Neal, and I understand that you're not wanting to do something that's outside of this board's power, but the board does have the power to restrict the uses because this is not something that's typically allowed in the zoning district with the variance. So in that instance, because of granting the variance, you could put a condition that no commercial activity will be going in the shed that is currently not permitted. From my understanding, and I wish Mr. Hughie was here to confirm, but from my understanding and belief, that is a part of the motion that you can make. What those commercial activities explicitly state, I don't think is inside of the board's jurisdiction, so to speak, but you can put a condition on there that says that there shall be no commercial activity allowed.
Or limited to residential usage.
Or limited to residential use only. Yes.
That's the way to go. Okay, then that answers my question for staff, if there's other.
Anything down on this side, Mr. Truslow?
I had a factual question. How many dog runs are there behind the building?
Mr. Truslow, have not been to the property to look at that, so to speak.
Who did the site prep?
I did the site visit, but that was not something that we looked at when we were there. As far as the dog run situation, that was not something that was pertinent information at that time.
Okay.
Mr. Truesdale, on their plat, they do show 6 dog kennels
I saw those.
as part of the application and a dog pen behind it, but that's all the
I saw
information we
those.
have.
I didn't know whether that meant 12, capability for 12 dogs, 24 dogs, 6 dogs.
We should have asked the applicant when we had the chance.
Could we reopen?
Again, that's not really in front of us. I mean, the variance for the setback is what's in front of us. So if
Correct.
if a motion was made for approval the only residential use, we don't have to get involved in the commercial aspect of it. And the applicant has already stated that they're not going to use commercial. It's not for us to decide, I think, whether they're using it, whether we believe the applicant or whoever. They're asking for the variance. So I think I'm going to try to focus on the variance and just make sure that it's residential. And if my motion, if I get a chance to make a motion and it passes, that's where I am. So.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Nelson?
And Mr. Downey, I actually looked at the historic aerials while I was sitting here, so I confirmed it was there in 2001. So
Yes, sir, it was there in 2001. And the citizen who stated it was a carport in 1980.
88.
I want to confirm, so let me read. It was a carport in 1988. It was taxed as a carport.
Okay, thank you.
And it's in the 92 building footprint and also in the 2019 building footprint.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Any other discussion? Any questions?
As a point of clarification, could you word that as personal use only instead of residential use only, since it is not an accessory dwelling?
You want both personal use only and residential?
Not residential, since it's not technically a dwelling, so personal use.
If we go that route. Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comment, discussion? All right, then. That brings us to the point where we need to get a motion to either approve or deny this application. I think you
All right,
want to
Mr.
take a shot
Chairman,
at that.
if you
Yes,
allow
sir.
me, I'll try. I move for approval of criteria for the zoning variance for case BZA 0423-00666. I support this approval that it meets all criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I am concerned about the variance not being a detriment to the adjacent property, criteria 4. So I would like to add the condition that it be limited to personal use only, with no commercial aspect.
Okay, Mr. Neal, you got to go by each one of them.
Did I say each one is approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
meets-
support.
how it meets it.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
How it meets it?
Yes, sir, please.
The approval for criteria zoning variance number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. I believe there are. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to any other property in the vicinity. I believe it supports that criteria. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of the property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I agree with that. There's no reason not to give it the setback from 50 back to 36 feet. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. I'm in supportive of that criteria, but I would add the residential component for personal use only, which will be at the end of the motion. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown as the official zoning map. Again, same idea of number 4, but I support it. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the application's own actions, none intentions here. Number 7, final criteria, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of this ordinance. I hope to have a second.
And your criteria again?
Criteria
Commercial
for-
aspect? Not to
Commercial
use,
aspect.
Not to use.
So for personal use only.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion, any question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Okay, so it is, where is it? It is unanimous. Your application has been approved based with everything that was presented. You have 10 days. Within 10 days, staff will be presenting you information, letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. Okay, you doing our next one, Mr. Josh? So we're going to go to 6, 8.
Which one, 6-8? Oh, that's right, we had the.
So BZA case 06-23-00677.
7.
So BZA case 06-23-00677. The applicant, Simon Young of Simon Young Plus Associates, and the property owner, John, I don't want to mispronounce his last name, of Edisto Island Open Land Trust, are requesting a variance to waive the required planting in the required right-of-way buffer and land use buffer, and to waive the tree island plantings for temporary parking at 7666 Point of Pines Road, TMS number 08085000028 on Edisto Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the AGR Agriculture Residential Zoning District. So the property is a 8.92 acre property that contains the Hutchinson House. The Hutchinson House is a historic, is the oldest known historic post-Civil War house credited to African Americans on Edisto Island. It was placed on the National Register of Historic Properties on May 5th, 1987. So recently, the Hutchinson House has experienced some recent applications. So they have gone to the Historic Preservation Commission, and they have also been in the site plan review process and gotten some permits. So the permits are as follows, or the cases are as follows. His 06-20-0008, a certificate of historic appropriateness to stabilize the Hutchinson House was granted on July 21st, 2020. Zone, so ZONE 07-20-08661 was a zoning permit to stabilize the Hutchinson House that was issued on July 28th, 2020. Then HIST 5-023-00084, a certificate of historic appropriateness for the reconstruction of the porch and north rooms of the Hutchinson House as part of the overall project to restore the Hutchinson House to its original state in 1985. That was granted on July 19th, 2023. And currently the applicant is in the ZSPR process 0123, a site plan review for the renovation of the Hutchinson House, and the retroactive approval of the driveway and parking with 2 kiosk signs and a security gate, as well as a permanent installation for the 2 storage containers. So that is a map view of the subject property. The aerial views. So staff conducted a site visit on July 18th, 2023. And here are more pictures of the subject property. That is Point of Pines Road. The site plan that was submitted. The plat. So staff believes that it meets criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and it may meet criteria 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 00677, a variance to waive the required planting of the required right-of-way buffers and land use buffers, and to waive the required tree island plantings for the temporary parking at 7666 Point of Pines Road, TMS number 085-00000028 on Edisto Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff: that prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Any questions?
Anyone? Mr. Williams?
Quick question, how you doing?
Yes, sir.
So is this a renovation of the property or what?
So the property is under the renovation stages, but one of the requirements is that the tree island and the land buffer for the parking, and that's what is before you tonight, is to waive that.
So question about that, this property's been here a long time and has been used in the past, right?
It is a historic property on the Charleston County and the National Register of Historic Properties. Ms. Brooks may be able to answer this question better than I am, but I believe they're revitalizing the house to be a museum.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to understand why, I mean, I know they don't want these requirements, but do the requirements for the historical preservation group or whatever, maybe the applicant will answer if they're here, but are they different from what the county has? I mean, if they're turning this place into a museum and they're going to have traffic, we should have islands and buffers, and I mean, that's why they're there. So I just don't really understand. I mean, I can ask the applicant when it's his turn, but I'm asking staff now. I mean, these guidelines are there for a reason.
I'll turn that over to Ms. Brooks.
That probably is best answered by the applicant. I believe the ultimate goal is to eventually have a further improved trails, parking, but at this time to not go to that extent with the improvements on the property. But they can probably explain it a lot more detail than me.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, board members. Is the applicant or the representative present?
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Thank you. I'm Simmons Young, architect for the property, 3 Morris Street, Charleston, South Carolina. And I'll mention the first thing about museums. In the future, there will be a master plan, and there will be no occupancy of the building at this time. A master plan will incorporate the proper screening of the parking lot towards the back of the lot behind the building. Some background, this has been a grassroots project, and I was employed in about 2019 to work on stabilizing the house, which is a National Register property. It had been sheltered by the Edisto Island Open Land Trust, and it is one of the, it was established by an African-American leader on the island after the Civil War, one of the leaders of the Reconstruction, who helped with property ownership and commerce on the island. This has been to the Historic Preservation Commission, and again, this public access is only to the parking lot, so there is no, in order to read some interpretive signage and get people safely off the road while the property is developed. I want to touch on a few points. Landscaping, screening, and buffers. So there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions. The National Park Service, in its preservation brief 36, outlines the treatment of historic landscapes. The property's always been visible from the road, so the goal is to make it always visible from the road, hence the request for no buffers. These conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Other properties nearby are not listed in the National Register. Properties like Middleton Place and McLeod Plantation County Park are also widely visible from the right-of-way, and also with the parking screened, as will be in the future for this project. This would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Adherence may jeopardize the National Park Service grant that's been awarded to a nationally significant site that features the Reconstruction era property. And the authorization is not of substantial detriment to the adjacent property. The land trust owns the adjacent property on one side, and the other side has significant screening with trees. The visibility of the house serves the public good in a positive way. And this does not approve a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. And adherence to the National Preservation Guidelines is not a result of the applicant's own actions. And finally, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with a comprehensive plan. This just seems to show to us what a wonderful way that the Historic Preservation Commission and the Zoning Appeals Board can work together for these important properties. And I will wrap it up with that. Open it to any questions.
I'll start. So I guess as Mr. Neal said initially, your request or the request for the for the applicant is that you believe the landscape screening will prevent just individuals from seeing the building and the signage from the road?
Well, I think there's two parts to that. One is that the house itself has always had views out to the marsh, and that's been part of the way that the property has been used over time. But also driving by, you've always been able to see this site. This building is kind of iconic, and buffering it and screening it from the road would be counterproductive to what the historic property has always been like.
So who is your landscape architect?
We are using the staff of the Edisto Island Open Land Trust. There's also volunteer arborists, as I mentioned. This has been sort of a grassroots campaign all along. So we're trying to, it's grant funded, and we're trying to keep everything within a very tight budget.
Okay. Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Young, thanks for your time tonight. One thing that you brought out in the letter that you addressed to staff maybe a couple weeks ago, I actually don't see a date on the letter. You mentioned that there are several phases to this project. I believe you're in phase 2 now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have future phases are really where you plan to address landscaping issues and the historical context. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And there are archaeology and other parts of that will inform where everything goes and the zoning ordinance.
Right. So there may be archaeological sites within some of the required islands and whatnot that would be if you had to do the parking and all of the landscaping at this time, correct?
That's correct.
So it's a matter of timing then?
Timing and I believe funding you
And
also
funding.
mentioned in your letter?
Yes, that's correct. There is another grant that's been awarded.
Okay.
Did I have a question as well?
Mr. Williams?
Sir, so can you explain a little bit about what this property is being used for now versus what you're wanting to use it for?
Certainly. So at the moment, there is a parking lot, which you all saw on the photos, and this has been a retroactive application. The parking lot was done back in, I want to say 2018 or so. Again, just by citizens on the island going out there with their equipment, and I think as the land trust has started to really make the efforts to improve this property and make it nationally recognized, they brought in professionals, and now we're just kind of cleaning up a bit of what was done before that.
So the museum aspect is a new usage, or is it currently being used as a museum?
No, there is no current public access, and there will not be during this phase.
Okay, thank you.
That will be a future phase.
Okay.
Is there a way that we can phase this, instead of approving the variance to remove these buffers that are in there, there's really nothing that keeps, if we approve it tonight, there's nothing down the road that says you ever have to put them back in when you finally get the museum in place and all the master plan. I mean, staff has made a recommendation that they see a complete site plan review process, which is fine, but I'm just trying to, I hate taking something away that if it turns into be a big business operation, that these buffers are there for a reason, the islands and parking. So I would be supportive of something where we would phase this along, that at the final phase before the commercial operation opens up, there must be some type of buffer plan that's approved by the staff or things like that. How would you allow us to work that in?
It seems like contingent upon any expansion of the existing parking might work. There's probably 10 parking places now, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Very good observation, Mr. Neal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you.
testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. John Giroux, 9123 Lottie Pope Road, Edisto Island. I am the executive director of the Edisto Island Open Land Trust, so I'm listed as this property owner, but I am just staff that's trying to help steward this project. So just real quickly to just clarify a few things too, we acquired the property in 2016 when it was going up for sale. First family member that inherited the property to put it on the market, and so we acquired it to save the house and restore it since it was on the National Register. It has already, since 1987, gleaned a lot of attention, and so there were people already photographing and attending the house and painting the house. It was an iconic structure. So when we acquired it, we realized pretty quickly that folks were parking on the shoulder of the road in kind of unsafe circumstances, so therefore we put in this temporary parking lot. So what's before you today is a request for some relief until we get the full landscape report. We actually just initiated a cultural landscape report by local professionals. We'll hire a landscape architect. So just wanted to clarify that we will be coming back before you with a much greater plan that will provide public access. And we'll probably perhaps still ask for a little relief because of the historic significance, but at this point we respectfully just ask for you to figure out how we can get to the restoration phase with what we currently have. Thank you very much.
One moment,
Yes, sir.
please. Do we have any questions? Thank you
Okay,
so very
you
much
bet.
for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions? Staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
For staff, temporary parking lot, they're asking for the temporary parking lot. How do we identify where that's at, or is it possible where a temporary lot is versus like a different lot?
Mr. Williams, it should be on your site plan
Okay.
that was submitted.
So the fact that it says temporary parking lot on the request limits it to that spot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
Mr. Neal?
I would just add, Mr. Williams here, I think the key word I heard was expansion of their lot. So that way you don't have to say temporary. What do they do if they make improvements? If they expand larger than what they're currently used, then they got to come and see us. And then staff's notes about the overall site plan. Yeah.
So the fact that they're saying temporary applies to this particular plan? Okay,
Phase, yeah.
this phase, okay.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I hope I'm not out of order. I forgot to mention that there were 7 letters that were received in support of the application. Those 7 letters are in your packets.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have a question about the letters of support? Okay. Well, welcome, Mr. Hughie, Ms. Switzer Smalls. At this time, I need a motion to either approve or deny this case, 00677. Mr. Williams, you,
I make a motion to approve the case.
all right?
Okay. Based on case number 06-2300-677. Make a motion to approve it based on criteria number one. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. As mentioned, it's a historic landmark, so it meets criteria one. Criteria two, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. As the applicant states, the conditions do not apply to the other properties in the vicinity, and the letter explains the age of this building and the need for the views and to not have to plant the trees right now. I believe it meets criteria three because of these conditions. The application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. As mentioned, they're trying to make this bill with the grant money that they received. So, and the criteria for the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good and to the character of the zoning district, and would not be harmed by the granting of this variance. As they mentioned, the land trust owns the neighboring property as well. Number five, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district to extend physically a non-conforming use of land or to the change of the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. It meets that criteria. Number six, the need for variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. It meets that criteria because it is a historic building. Number seven, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. It doesn't conflict with the plan, as we see here in the notes and details. I'd like to add that prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process as a addition recommended by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay. What?
Let's see if he would add to his motion about the no changes to the parking and expansion of the parking would regulate.
To add to this motion that they're not to go beyond this temporary parking as the application states. That's what I would add.
Staff, fine with that.
As a staff.
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded. Who seconded it again? Mr. Truslow. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Congratulations, your application has been approved. You will be getting information from staff within the next 10 days, letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much. Okay. So who's doing our next case? Mr. Joshua Downing back up again. We're going to overwork you today, aren't we? The man of the hour. Case BZA 06-23-00689. Am I correct, sir?
685, Mr.
685.
685.
Yes, 666. Yes, we did. And 67.
I think the
85. Yeah, I'm jumping out of order. Go
the
ahead.
iPads might be different than they used to be.
At 4 o'clock. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead and proceed, sir.
So, BZA case 06-23-00685. The applicant property owner, Wendy Williams, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 25 feet to 5 feet for a proposed accessory structure, a shed, at 3614 Back Penn Road, TMS number 250000183 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding surrounding properties to the north, south, and west are located in the agriculture residential zoning district. The adjacent property to the east is located in the main road corridor commercial zoning district. The applicant would like to put a 12 by 16 storage shed on the 0.8 acre subject property. The applicant's letter of intent explains, I'm proposing to install a 12 by 16 tough shed, storage shed in the right corner of my yard, 3 feet to 5 feet from the rear fence and property line, at 25 feet and 28 feet from the side fence. The shed is to use for storage for personal tools, lawn equipment, fuel, fertilizer, and for use on and pesticides and use on my property. So that is the zoning district requirement for setbacks. That is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property. A zoomed in aerial view. So staff conducted its site visit on July the 18th. So that is the subject property. That is a grand tree that is on the property, as well as a dirt mound. That is the proposed site for the accessory structure, the shed. And that is the subject property. These are some photographs provided by the applicant. So that is the proposed site plan. That is the septic permit and the septic field site plan and the plat. So as far as the conditions are concerned, staff believes that criteria 1 may have been met. It meets criteria 2. It may meet criteria 3. It may meet criteria 4. It meets criteria 5. And it may meet criteria 6 and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 06-23-00685, a variance request to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 25 feet to 5 feet for a proposed detached accessory structure, a shed, at 3614 Back Penn Road, TMS number 250-000-0183 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Staff do not have any conditions for this case. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? No? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a residential use, so I would imagine there's no landscape buffer regulations for this?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll go
Thank
ahead and ask one really quick. We did receive a letter, I noticed in the package, where a neighbor had asked that the shed be moved to the, I believe it'd be the right-hand side of the property. The setback for that side of the property is 15 feet, if I remember reading our information correctly. Did you notice anything on that side of the property that would prevent the shed from being at that location? Is that where the grand tree is located?
So from the interior side setback, it would be 15 feet. To answer your second question, I am not certain in the photos that I have, but that would be a better question suited for the applicant. And then prior to the condition, well, prior to the approval, if the board did decide to make the condition that it would not go in the proposed place, the only recommendation then by staff would be that the staff would approve the condition of the site plan before permit approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, board. Thank you, Mr. Dowling. Is the applicant present? Very good. Yes. Please come forward, state your name and address, and pull that mic down because I want to hear every word you got to say. There we go.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Williams, 3614 Back Penn Road, Johns Island. That's my residence.
All right. Please tell us why we should approve your application, Ms. Williams.
Well, this is the only logical spot to put the shed. As you can see from the pictures, there's a pool, so I can't bring it in the 30 feet from that, with my back fence, which is the neighbor's side fence. And it would be right smack in the middle of the yard if I were to do that. If, according to if the neighbors wish to move it to the side, there's a big tree on the side there. I have a patio that's already been put in with a fire ring, and the access to my well is right there on the side. So if it was 15 feet off the side fence, it would actually be on the paved patio, right on the edge of it. I also have irrigation along the fence because I have hanging plants that have irrigation put in for the hanging plants along the fence. And this is not something I had anticipated when I bought the house, that I was going to be putting the shed in, but there's been, a lot of planting done and the mound, I have a rock there with steps. It's kind of a little serene spot to just sit. That would have to all be excavated out if I had to move it closer to the corner. If it were moved to the side, I'd have a lot of difficulty maneuvering my lawnmowers into the shed because it's confined. There's a fence behind it. There'd be the tree on one side, and I think you can see that in the picture. There would be no space between the patio where the fire ring is to get into the shed or from the other end. So I think that's the most logical place to put it. And I honestly don't know what the objection is to have it along the fence line. I mean, nobody indicated that, that it's not blocking a view of anything. So I'm not sure what the objection is. I do also have a letter from my other neighbors on the other side. I don't know whether I can submit that now or not. I actually have 2 copies if you want both copies.
Go ahead, please continue.
Well, that's it. If you have
Okay.
questions.
Okay, you did a good job. We'll pass that around, circulate it here. So you wanting to put a 12 by 16 shed in, correct?
Yes.
How tall would the shed be?
It's, all I can tell you is that it's a...
It's pre-built.
It's a pre-built, right, from Tough Shed. It's got a gambrel roof. It's going to be finished in hardy plank to match my house, the siding. The roof is going to be architectural shingle. I mean, it's going to look nice. It's not just a shed that's getting thrown up. So I don't know the exact height.
Okay. And you also stated that you have a huge mound that's in the middle of your yard?
It's not
Or
in the middle,
on the-
it's in the corner. So in the pictures, where you look at the fence where I want to put it, the mound is in this corner, and the side is where I think the neighbors wanted me to put it. But that's just the dirt that they dug out for the pool. I just had to move it over and to make this mound to give a little texture to the landscape so it wasn't completely flat. And that would all have to be taken out if I were to put it on the side and be able to get the access into the shed. Because there's doors in the front and doors on the end. But it's the double doors that I have to get in with my mower.
Okay. Mr. Neal has a question for you.
Sure.
I have a few on the site plans. It might help if we could pull up the picture. You can use the applicant's pictures, I think would be fine. She's got a couple of them there. I'm looking at the one with the dirt mound. And I'm following up on my commissioner's question earlier about the neighbor. I would imagine it's the neighbor behind the fence, their fence, and they're probably concerned about noise, because I would be concerned about noise with lawnmowers. So I'm struggling with granting a variance for only having a 5-foot buffer between somebody's extra-doory shed, because a shed could be anything. It could be a accessory dwelling unit. It could be anything. If you're going to put lawnmowers in it, you're going to decide when to use that lawnmower, not the neighbor. So that could be a detriment to them. So I'm wondering why we can't put it in the far right corner. You're telling me that there's dirt mounds there. That can be removed. You're telling me there's irrigation. That can be removed. Can you tell me where the septic tank field is? Because that would be a little bit more extraordinary. But if it's just moving dirt mounds and repositioning of the shed or the size of the shed, these are things that you're creating the issue because the shed is not there. So can you help me understand why we should forego this setback of 30 all the way down to 5?
Well, I think the first point that you made about noise, everybody in the neighborhood has mowers. I mow at a normal time of day, you know, it's usually after 10 in the morning, during the day. As a matter of fact, those neighbors have equipment and drive their truck into their backyard and use the same kind of power mower as I do. I don't think noise would be a problem, anymore. So everybody in the neighborhood has a shed and everybody has a mower. So this would not cause any more noise than's caused by cutting the grass in the back. It would be a financial hardship for me to move that mound, to bring somebody in and move that mound now. I actually already moved irrigation for the spot that I was anticipating I was going to put it in because I had no idea that it was going to be a setback to get the permit. I don't really understand the objection. It's a preference, and they say it's a preference, but I don't know why.
May I do a follow-up?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you have to have this large of a shed, or could you look at different options and things like that? I'm trying to make it where everybody's agreeable on something like this, because the noise factor, to follow up on your question, the noise factor, for whatever reason, they're not the ones asking for the variance. So you're asking for a variance to go from 30 feet down to 5 feet, and if I was a neighbor, I would object. So somebody has objected or asked to put it on the right side of the house, right side of your backyard. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How can we do that?
Maybe if you give me a variance on the side. But even with that.
You're needing the larger size for a reason?
Well, 12 by 16 is kind of a garage size. They took pictures of my garage to see all the equipment that was in there. I have a lot of equipment, not just, lawn, not just mower, carts. I have a little hand tiller piece of equipment, tools, rakes and shovels, and among hand tools as well. Yes, I know.
You answered my question. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else?
Oh, well, hold on, let's see. Anyone else on this board have a question of the applicant? Anyone else? Ms. Brown, Ms. Williams, excuse me. we thank you for your response here with us today. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion?
I'll ask one question. The neighbor to the back that did provide the comment, if I'm understanding correctly, the location of this would be the side of their property. So that would be a 15-foot setback on their property, correct? If they were proposing to build a shed on their property. Because it's like almost a corner lot, and the neighbors have a deep property.
You said if the neighbor was building a shed.
If the neighbor was building a shed, it'd be a 15-foot setback that they would be required to adhere to, and not a 30-foot setback, because it's a side setback for them, but it's a rear setback for this property owner.
Correct.
Okay.
And that neighbor is 197.
That neighbor is 197.
Yep. Right. I'll say at the end of the day, I'm not opposed to it, but I believe if we needed middle ground, there's some there.
Yep. One thing I look at when it comes to sheds, people have a tendency to hang things on the back, and it can be an eyesore. Everybody does things differently.
Yep.
It is good that it could start off looking appeasing to the eye, meet all the architectural requirements, color, shingles, and everything. But at the end of the day, it's something for someone else to look at.
5 feet is 5 feet.
Well, in your face is still in your face at 5 feet or 10 feet.
That's true.
So,
I can't support 5 feet.
I'm
All right.
curious if I got,
Well, and in the letter that we received, the neighbor didn't necessarily oppose it. They just asked if it could be on the side.
On the
So
side,
take
yeah.
that into consideration.
I'm going to put it in front of you.
I'll make a motion.
I think Mr. Williams had a question.
it's a comment. Does the board see any other place the shed could go?
We really
inside.
couldn't really do that without
Okay.
going to the property. We got to trust the information that's given to us.
Yeah, this was been given, okay.
Any other discussion? Mr. Nelson, I think you wanted to make a motion?
All right, so in the matter
Staff
of
does.
BZA 0623-00685, I would make a motion that we approve this request, that, one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. I am compelled that some of the landscaping that that Ms. Williams has previously done on her property, while it is work that she has done herself, maybe not in consideration of ultimately putting a shed back there, maybe a little bit short-sighted. I am compelled that that's a legitimate argument as she continues to grow into her property. For criterion 2, that these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. I do believe we meet that criterion. And again, as I was discussing earlier, the fact that the neighbor would have a 15-foot setback on the exact same fence as her 30-foot setback is a bit of a compelling argument for me. For criterion 3, that these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. These are one of the tough ones because having a shed doesn't necessarily prohibit use of a property, but it does add some effective use of the property, so I believe we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting the variance. We do meet that criterion as well, and the applicant has described how she will make the shed attractive and to match her house. While long-term we don't know what will happen, short-term we have every reason to believe the applicant will take very good care of it. Criterion 5, that the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district, or to extend physically a nonconforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown in the official zoning map. Clearly, we meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. This is a high bar to clear, but I believe that if there is some conflict with the 5-foot setback that she's requesting, that there's some relief that we could provide there through a special condition. And criterion 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of the ordinance. We clearly meet that criterion, that we're not in conflict with the comprehensive plan. In making this motion, I would add a special condition that the applicant stay 15 feet off of the property line instead of 5 feet. And that is my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, we have a second. Any questions? Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Mr. Ray, staff just needs a little bit of clarity. So you're asking that the
Instead of a 5-foot setback, we
is
are
a
allowing
15
a
foot.
15-foot.
Okay, thank you.
Are we clear on that? Board members? Thank you, Mr. Dowling. Okay. So for all those in favor of this motion, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, we're doing good. It's unanimous. Thank you so very much. Congratulations, Ms. Brown. Williams. Well, I want to call you Brown, but she's leaving. Congratulations. I don't think she's happy. But within 10 days, she'll have information. All right. Very good.
Keep going.
Moving right along.
Can't please them all. Can't please them all.
Matthew Hussman
Hussman, yeah.
is doing our next case. Thank you. I didn't want to butcher your name either.
No, you
Thank you,
didn't.
Mr. Hussman. So, Mr. Hussman, you will be doing case BZA 06-23 00686.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. All right. BZA case -06-23-0686. The applicant and property owner, Donald A. Hudson Sr., is requesting a variance to remove a double 19-inch and 23-inch DBH grand live oak tree for a proposed 6-lot subdivision at 1725 West Avalon Circle, TMS 352-13-00-113, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in low-density residential R4 zoning district. The applicant has submitted a letter of intent which explains the property identified on the plat by A.H. Schwacky and Associates, which will be featured in a slide later in the presentation, is under subdivision review. The applicant requests the TMS 352-13-00-112, 113, and 114 be divided into 6 TMS numbers, one for each of the 6 single-family dwellings. The property is currently under review for subdivision SBDV 01-23-2300 by a county planning staff. It has met all requirements, bringing it to a recordable state. The applicant is making this request to satisfy the planning department's concerns for the tree's close proximity to the proposed 20-foot private ingress-egress easement. This easement is required to provide legal access to the 3 proposed lots. Per the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, Section 9.2.4E, required tree protection, planning staff has indicated that the easement exceeds the 25% protection area beneath the tree threshold. This is Chapter 9, Article 9.2, Tree Protection. This map shows the subject property and the adjacent properties being located in Charleston County zoning district, with the majority of the parcels having the R4 low-density residential. The properties shaded in green are the city of Charleston. Here's an aerial of the subject property. Here's a zoomed-in aerial of the subject property. Here's a zoomed-out aerial of the subject property. Staff visited the site on July 18th, 2023. Here are photos of the subject property showing the 19-inch and 23-inch DBH grand tree. Oops. Here are photos of the surrounding properties. And here's a photo of West Avalon Circle. Here's photos provided by the applicant. Here's a site plan provided by the applicant. The tree in question is circled in green. Here's the plat. And here's the variance approval criteria. Staff believes that the request meets, may meet, or does not meet the following sections. May meet Section 1, 2, 3, and 4. Meets Section 5. Does not meet Section 6, and may meet Section 7. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case BZA-06-23-00686, variance request to remove a double 19-inch and 23-inch DBH grand live oak tree for a proposed 6-lot subdivision at 1725 West Avalon Circle, TMS 352-13-00-113, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. Based on the BZA's findings of facts, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make the make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. The applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 42-inch DBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan to review and approve, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches of caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to the removal of the tree. Are there any questions?
Do we have any question for staff? Yes, Mr. Williams, please.
Yes, sir. For staff, so just to clarify, they want to turn 2 plats into 6, is that right?
That's correct. There are 3 current lots, and they're looking to
3 to
make
6.
a 6.
So there's 3 current lots, they want to make it into 6. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Very good observation, Mr. Williams. Mr. Hussman, very good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is the applicant present? All right, please come forward and tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
My name is Don Hudson, 1725 West Avalon Circle.
What was the last name again, sir, please?
Hudson, Hutson.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
I'd like to thank the board members and the staff for your service. This is a unique situation, so I will try to explain how we arrived here. My family has owned this property for close to 60 years. The property has been used primarily for rental. During these 60 years, we have used the same ingress and egress to the rental properties on the rear of the property. Currently, it is used for the garage at 1723A and the 3 units at the rear of the property. I have owned the property at 1727 since 1983. In 2017, I purchased the property at 1723 and 1725 from my mother's estate. In 2019, I removed the house at 1723B and built a new rental house. In 2020, I removed the house at 1723A and built a new house for my wife, daughter, and I to live in. We chose to move to this location so my wife could be close to her work. I could oversee my rental property and care for my handicapped brother who lives in one of the rental houses. My intent when I began this process was simply to provide a parcel of land and a tax map number for each of the 6 dwellings. I felt this was necessary to simplify my estate. As the 3 lots exist today, it would not be possible to sell the homes individually. After the initial survey was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department, I started working with Tamara Avery and Matthew Hussman, along with Swacky and Associates Land Survey, to answer their questions about the subdivide. One of the first issues Ms. Avery identified was that I would need a 20-foot for my driveway, 5-foot setback off the house at 1723A, and a 5-foot setback off the house at 1725. I didn't have the required space, so I decided to remove the house in hopes of speeding up the process of getting the subdivide approved. Once the house was removed, we continued addressing comments and actions. The final action item is the Grand Oaks trees, close proximity to the driveway. The other concern is that if the tree cannot be removed, the lot would be deemed as an unbuildable lot. All other comments have been addressed, and per Matthew Hussman, Charleston County Planning and Zoning, the subdivide is in a recordable state pending the tree removal. I understand the importance of protecting these trees, and I commend this board. But my family and I believe that initiating this subdivide was the only way we could get these properties established and in order in the event of my passing. I believe that every man who provides for his family his whole life wants to know that when his time is up on this earth, his wife and family will not have to endure the hardship of this process. I believe that what I am trying to accomplish here is for the greater good, and I am respectfully asking permission to cut my tree, which will allow my subdivide completion and continued use of the ingress-egress. In addition, when I started this subdivide, I had 6 houses on the property. This tree removal will allow me to replace the house that was removed to satisfy the setback requirements. It will also allow me to regain rental income, which is vital for my retirement. If I am granted this variance, I am willing to plant as many 2.5-inch trees as possible and contribute to the tree fund the remainder of my mediation fees. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Hudson, and I hope that you live a very long time. You get to
I
see
hope
all
so. I
these
hope
trees
so, too.
come back and grow the ones that you possibly will replant if this variance is granted. Let's see if we have anyone that has a question for you to start off with, sir.
Okay.
Does anyone have a question? Mr. Neal?
Couple quick ones. I commend you for what you're trying to do here, so I'm definitely trying to find a way to support this. Two quick questions. I think it's called, on your plat, Scottish Court. Is that going to be a public road?
That's a private drive to my property, and I had to name it accordingly, so
That's fine.
that was the name we came up
That's
with.
fine. I was just curious on that. And then, do you happen to know the grade level of the tree that you're trying to take down, that you're asking for the variance? Is it a grade level? I can ask staff on the follow-up. I just wasn't sure if you had any report on that tree.
I met with two different arborists on this tree. I believe it was Chris, and he since has moved up to stormwater and drainage. And then I had sent my request in, and then I talked to Kyle Foster, and he had asked that if he needed to come out. But based on the pictures that we sent from the tree, and I'm in agreement that the tree is in good health.
Right.
I have no objection to that.
That's fine. I was just curious if you had a report. No problem.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on this side? Have a question? Mr. Williams?
Sir, just to clarify, how many houses do you have on the property now?
There's 5 houses on there now because I had to remove the one at 1725 in order to have the measurements that I needed between the 2 houses. So I have the 5-foot setback next to my house, which is 1723. I have the 20-foot driveway, but I didn't have the other 5-foot where it was hitting the house. So I just went ahead and removed it, trying to think I could speed up the process and get this pushed along.
Okay, so how long have those 5 houses been there on that property?
We've had, those 5 houses have been there just about this whole 60 years. And I did, before that, we had even a couple more. At one time, there was a trailer on the property, so everything's been cleaned up around there pretty much. So it had six houses when I started this whole process.
It's always been accessible?
Yes, sir. Through that ingress egress.
That could change. Why you need the variance?
Excuse me?
What changed as to why you need the variance?
I need the variance so I can remove the tree, because now the concern is that the tree is too close to the ingress egress, and it's going to damage the tree. And if I can't remove the tree, then it's going to create a hardship for me, because I won't be able to put the house back.
He is subdividing the property, and in subdividing the property, he needs certain access for easements to make all of the lots accessible. So that's why he's asking for the tree removal.
You understand that, Mr. Williams?
So you're subdividing the land for lawful reasons, lawful subdivision, to make it subdivided on plat?
When I hear the subdivision thing, it kind of, throws me off, because these houses have been here. So my intent was just to identify each of the 6 properties I had to start with.
Okay.
And then, so if something were to happen to me, would not be a problem for my family to,
That's what I wanted to know, the clarification of what's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see
That's
you're
what I
saying. You
tried
had
to
these
do
houses.
with,
Okay.
with the statement that I
So
provided.
just for a little historical context, there was a time in Charleston County and probably everywhere where a family owning a tract, I'm going to call it a tract of land, could put homes on that land, usually as many as they wanted, actually. And in order to, excuse me, what I believe the gentleman is doing is to attempt to make each lot individually what I'm going to call marketable. In order to do that, he needed to do a subdivision plan that he can apply for through the county.
I'm glad you had the clarification, because some people may have assumed that you're trying to build brand-new houses. That's
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
trying to clarify.
I can understand. yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, but he would be allowed to build homes. He will own these lots. He owns these lots. So his ability to build new homes is not before the board. He would be allowed. He is allowed to do that.
I know. I was just trying to get a clarification as to what he is attempting to do right now at this current time.
Any other questions?
Okay, thanks.
Any, Mr. Nelson?
I will ask one question, and thank you for your time. The one criterion that staff said that you may not or does not meet is criterion 6, and it says the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. Can you speak toward that and give the the board some evidence that?
Well, I tried to cover that in my statement. I didn't see any other avenue to pursue other than initiating the subdivide. So as part of that initiating of the subdivide, that's what created the problem. Unbeknownst to me, it was going to create a problem to start with. I was just trying to establish the properties, get my estate in order. So as we progressed through everything that we needed to do, when I was talking to Charleston County, one thing led to another. So I removed the house, and then the tree became the issue because it was close to the ingress egress. So that's what we have to do in order. If I can get the tree removed, then everything goes away, and I have my 6 properties back.
And you may have said this and I may have missed it, but how long have you been going through this process?
It's been a year since we started. Yes, sir.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you so very much, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone in opposition? Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions of staff or any discussion? Mr. Neal.
I'll just follow up. Grade of the tree, do we have any A, B? Can we tell it all? Or
I've only seen the tree in pictures. So I've seen all angles of the tree in pictures. I would grade it as a B. Trees that have good foliar health, good branch structure, no decay that I can see.
And the applicant's aware of the mitigation. I think I saw it somewhere in there that staff's fine with the mitigation requirements and what he would do, putting stuff back at the 2.5 inches and the rest to the bank.
I believe so. I've not talked with him about that personally, so that would be a question for
The applicant testified that he was fine with either of
the tree bank
options.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? All right, then. At this time, I will need a motion to either approve or deny this application, either from my left or my right.
All right. I'll take a stab at this one if nobody else is willing to jump in. So, in the matter of BZA 0623-00686, I am compelled by the applicant's testimony and make a motion that we approve this, is it a variance request? Yeah, variance request, sorry. I do find that it meets all of the criterion, all seven criteria. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property, and I think I'll probably reiterate this point several times, but the fact that the family had 6 houses on this property to begin with and removed a house in order to complete a subdivision process as part of an estate planning process, I find that to be a compelling argument to grant this variance request. Two, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Probably not. There's probably not too many properties around there that were 3 lots with 6 houses on them. Criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, coming back to the fact that the family had 6 houses on there and just trying to bring everything up to the current standard is what is causing the need for this variance. I do find we meet that criterion. Criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. While this being a B-graded tree or some variation thereof is, it's always sad to lose a tree. The applicant has made a commitment to replace the tree and follow the recommendations of staff, so I believe we actually offset any kind of negative impact related to loss of the tree by virtue of the special condition that will be attached to the motion. Criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance the effect of which would be to allow establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. This was primarily for residential use and will continue to be so we meet that criterion. Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I believe we do meet this criterion because the need for this is really a conflict between estate planning and the the stipulations contained in the zoning ordinance. So I will say that we meet that criterion. And criterion 7, that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of the ordinance. Again, we meet that criterion as well. And in making this motion, I would also add staff's one special condition that's contained in their report.
Okay, we have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
Okay, we'll put that down for Ms. Smalls if that's okay. So we have, any questions? Okay, so any discussion? We have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our illustrious staff, letting you know the next steps in the process, okay? Dear audience, we will be taking a 10-minute break. We will resume, well, we'll say 8 minutes. We will resume properly at 6. Okay? Yes, I cut it 2 minutes.
Big enough.
Ms. Brooks, are we ready? Staff members, are we ready?
You've already gotten the hand signals down. I like it.
Just said they're gonna put Jordan over here next time.
Means I can press that and I can override you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and we'll get started again. Our next case will be case BZA 0623-00687. And Mr. Joshua Downey will take us into that one and move us through.
So BCA case 023-00687, the applicant and property owner Jason Ross of Tunnel Vision Holdings LLC is requesting a special exception for a community dock with 7 boat slips in the Rural Agriculture AG8 zoning district at 3940 Chisholm Road, TMS number 249-000019 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and the adjacent properties to the south are located in the Rural Agriculture AG8 zoning district. The properties to the north and east are located in the Agriculture Residential zoning district. The subject property is bounded by the Stono River to the west. The subject property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1969 per Charleston County records. The applicant is currently in the subdivision process, sub 07-22-02145 for a proposed 7-lot subdivision. The applicant is also in the site plan review process, ZSPR 0423-00869 for the proposed community dock. The applicant letter of intent explains, I am seeking approval for a community dock at 3940 Chisholm Road, Miller River Farms. Miller River Farms is a 7-lot subdivision with 700 feet of water frontage on the Stono River. There is an existing pier on the property. Currently, I would like to incorporate that pier into a community dock. This reduces the potential of 3 piers overall, as there will be 4 waterfront lots. So that is the subject property. It's an aerial view of the subject property. Zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on July 18th. This is the proposed community dock, the Stono River. That is the existing single-family residence that's currently on the parcel. This is the site plan that was submitted. And the plat. So staff believes that as far as the criteria are concerned, that it may meet all 6 of the criteria. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 0623-00687, a special exception for a community dock with 7 boat slips in the Rural Agriculture Zoning District, AG8, at 3940 Chisholm Road, TMS number 249-000019 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the community dock, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And the dock, number 2, that the dock is a private dock, use only, no leasing, public or commercial uses allowed. We did receive 21 letters in opposition for this case. Any questions of staff?
Any questions? Let me start over here with Mr. Nelson, then I can.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Downey, an outstanding job presenting this again. I do have a couple of questions just pertaining to the county's zoning ordinance and how docks are considered. And so, if I understand correctly, if the applicant were to have asked for, let's say, 4 slips out there, it would be a joint use dock and that would not require a variance. Is that correct?
Mr. Nelson, I'm going to refer to Ms. Brooks because that is a site plan review question.
Okay.
And I do not have the answer.
Is on the same line as that.
Go
If
ahead.
she's looking, if I may have that purview.
Yes, sir.
So with me being a rookie on this board, this is my first dock and special exception case. So I'm trying to understand why this is a special exception and what makes it fall into why they're asking for our permission. I need a little bit of education from either the staff or legal or chairman.
I'll let Ms. Brooks answer that for you as well.
Happy to try and answer that for you. So community dock is, by definition, any dock facility that provides access for more than 4 families, greater than or equal to 5 watercraft slips, and less than or equal to 10 watercraft slips. So that's where we get into the definitions specifically.
They're asking for 7, but like Mr. Nelson said.
Right,
It would be
the number.
The number is what's causing this to fall into the special exception category.
Right.
And coming from us, okay?
Right.
That's the only basic rule that's, makes it come in front of us tonight?
Let me turn to my waterfront standards.
Education moments.
Right, right. Yeah, so like a single and joint use dock, those would not come before you. It's the number of slips, like we've said. And,
Thank you, Mr.
yeah,
Mossman. Thank you.
that is it. Yeah.
Question over here.
Go ahead,
For-
Mr.
for
Williams.
sta- For staff, to follow up on that question for the staff, Ms. Brooks, so the AG8 zoning district, is that what, does that allow for the less than 4 individuals to use the dock? The AG8 zoning district?
Right, it would not be based on the zoning district. It's just based on the number of, the accessibility of the dock, the number of families, number of slips.
So in this particular
Right.
part of the county, that's what the regulation is calling for? Otherwise,
Really-
it needed a special exception, right?
Yeah, for any waterfront property, if they're requesting a dock, there are 3 categories: single use, the joint use, and then a community. Yeah. And then, of course, there's marinas. That's a whole nother situation, and that's exceeding even this number. So,
Okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Okay, so a follow-up question on that. And in our application material, I do not recall seeing plans that actually show 7 slips at this particular dock. Is that correct? I'm scrolling through here and I'm not seeing anything related to there being 7 slips on the water, and we can follow up with the applicant about this as well. But if the applicant were proposing a dock that were to be used by the entire community, so let's just say it were an enlarged pierhead, They built a 20 by 20 covered pier head that everybody could use and didn't necessarily have 7 slips. Does that still count from the county's perspective as a community dock?
If it's accessible to more than 4 families, that is in the definition.
So slips don't matter, it's just access in terms of the county standards?
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's very helpful.
Anyone else on the board? One question? Very good. Is the applicant present? Would you please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application?
Jason Ross, 10 Sires Street, Charleston, South Carolina. This has been a 2-year process for me. I've been working with staff, and I feel like I've come up with a very well thought out community here. It's 34 acres of upland. 17 acres of this community is going to go into conservation. Every single grand tree on this tract would be encompassed in that 17 acres. The reason why I'm here is once you request over 4, it's considered a commercial use. And so that's why it's sending me for a special exemption. I do meet all the requirements for OCRM and DHEC, and those requirements are that you have to show 75 feet of water frontage per slip that you are requesting. This is a 705 foot water frontage, so I fall in line with that. Pretty good staff report there. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ross. Now, this is your corporation, Tunnel Vision Holdings?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you guys acquire this property, sir?
We acquired it a little over a year ago. We were in due diligence for well over half a year, maybe 8 months. There was some title issues on the property that we had to clean up. We worked with the attorney in Spartanburg for months on end, finally got it cleaned up with our neighbors, and were able to purchase the property. One thing I would like to add is I'm proud of this project. I've named this community after my 8-year-old daughter. I plan on living in this community. I read the comments over the weekend, and I respect every single individual that emailed in a comment of opposition. But if they would educate themselves on what this project is, I really, really believe that they would change their feelings or how they feel. It's relatively a very low density community. It meets, I think, the criteria of what Johns Island is wanting. It's not a high density project at all. The reason why I'm asking for a community dock is I would hate to see 3 extra piers going out through the critical line, and that's what will happen if it's denied. That's conservation. I don't know if that's conserving the water frontage in my view. Now I know people have differing opinions, but that's just how I feel. This is a good project.
So why do you feel you have so many letters of opposition?
People don't like change. Simple. They want to see a single-family home on a 49-acre tract, I guess. I don't know. The family before me, that they lived there for 50 years. In that 50 years, they had some neighbors come in and take some slices of their property, but this is, look, I grew up in rural Sumter, South Carolina, on a farm, a 500-acre farm. If I knew that something like this was going next to me, I'd be cutting backflips for it. And that's just a personal,
Okay. Let's see if we have any board members that has any questions for you. I'm going to start on my right with Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's talk about some of these comments in opposition. I've read through all of them as well, and I understand your feeling towards them. The one I center on and you already briefly mentioned it, I'd like to expand a little bit more because I don't have any renderings or anything like that Mr. Nelson asked about for the boat slips. So if this was denied, you're telling me, and you just stated that there's another way to do it, but it wouldn't be in a role of a conservation easement. I mean, you could basically just put lots of docks out there and meet it, and you wouldn't have to come in front of us. You're trying to do something better and
Correct.
have less impact to the marsh and OCRM and
Correct.
and everything. So
The plan
expand
is-
on exactly what you're trying to do and why you want this.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use the existing land bridge, going out through the critical area that meets the existing dock, which is in disrepair. And I want to incorporate the pier head at the end of that dock. The pier head is approximately 20 by 12. I don't want to grow the pier head by any means, but I do want to add a floating dock off to the right. There is a floating dock that exists now. I want to do away with that, add a floating dock that will encompass the 7 slips. That's it. I do have a drawing. I have to look it up through my email. Be happy to pass it around. I brought my iPad with me.
Well, expand more on the what if you don't get this variance. What's it going to look like, or what are your options?
It's going to be 4 piers total.
Instead of 1 pier.
Instead of 1.
And you can do that within the current land use regulations?
Yes.
Just a quick question. If you're only going to have,
One moment, please. You had a question, Mr. Truslow?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. I will get to you, I promise you. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson. You want to yield to him? Okay.
just curious, if you're only going to have 4 waterfront lots, why do you need 7 slips and maybe not 4 slips?
I have 3 interior lots. This community is sharing 17 acres of conservation, of land that's being put into conservation. I feel like they should be able to share everything that encompasses inside of the gates. It'd be a little unfair, in my opinion, to be paying HOA dues that only 4 individuals that live on the water can benefit from.
Yeah, but if you don't get approved and you could only build 4 without coming through this process, you would still be short 3, right?
Such is life.
Mr. Nelson?
All right. Well, thank you for coming, Mr. Ross. Really appreciate your time. I also like your name. It's good to have a surname of Ross. That's how I got my middle name. So anyway, so my first question for you is OCRM. Have you approached OCRM?
I have.
Do you have a critical area?
The application has been submitted with OCRM and DHEC. I'm just in their portal at their mercy.
So it hadn't even gone on public notice in their sphere yet?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay.
But we've surveyed the waterway, we've submitted drawings, we've done everything in accordance with filling and submitting their application. It's just on their time.
Okay. Have you gotten any initial feedback from the agency? I mean, and obviously if we were
I'm
to
using
grant-
Newkirk Environmental as a liaison here. I kind of go off of their experience, and they feel like it's pretty much bulletproof.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so back to the joint use docks that you could build. One, because they're 75 feet, your lots are 75 feet wide, you would actually have to build joint use docks with 2 pier heads.
My lots are close to 175 feet wide, but what OCRM and DHEC, what they require is per slip that you are requesting, that you show that you have at least 75 feet of water frontage.
Okay, so the lots are actually 175 feet wide and not 75. I misunderstood
Approximately,
that.
yes, give or take, yes.
So you could actually permit 4 individual docks going out to the Stono River
Yes, I could.
at that location. Okay. And then I think our staff helped answer this question, but we do have a little bit of a conundrum here in that it is reasonable for a community of 7 lots to have a community dock, a shared pier head. For instance, we can debate 7 slips at as we get into the meat of this particular request. But regardless, if you added the slips or didn't add the slips, if you wanted to have access to the community dock by the other 3 lots, you would have to have this variance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct. Like to add with staff, we have a community parking lot that's going to service this with a walkway Very well done, well thought out. So it should, I think it's shown in one of the slides there. The only thing that isn't shown is the dock design itself.
Any more questions on my right? Any more Mr. Williams?
Quick question. Sir, so you said that you want to do this one dock with 7 slips
Correct.
versus having 4 docks built out so that you could save the environment a little bit?
Absolutely.
So with the four docks that's going out, do you have to have docks to get to these properties?
No, sir. You do not have to have docks to get to these
Okay,
properties.
that would actually save the environment even better, I would think, if you don't have docks, right? If you're talking about the environment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
For your comments. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeff Heidenreich. I live at 3888 Oakley Drive, Johns Island, SC 29455.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I've been following this through FOIA requests since the very inception. We subdivided next to it and currently own 6 of the lots. It was 8 that run down Shrevere Road, which is to the right side of their property, heading out to the water. I've been in contact with the 2 property owners on the water out there, Mark Rivers and Ellen Bone, and both of them they don't have any concerns with it out there due to the fact that it is, in my opinion, less environmentally impactful. Instead of having, like they said, they're having 4 lots out on the water, which would then individually have to have a dock and a bulkhead out there. So instead, they're using the existing area, and in my opinion, they're adding a couple slips to it, but they're minimizing the impact of the DHEC area or the critical line area. So in my opinion, it's not going to hurt us on the other side. We don't even really have view of it, and it's out on a large water body of the Stono River.
Okay. Now, you say you're adjacent to this parcel?
We are, my properties that we own, if you come off of Chisholm Road and you make a right, it used to be called 3920 Chisholm Road, and we subdivided it into 8 lots down Shrevere Road. And then there's a large section of land behind us that's owned by Miss Rivers, but she's on the other side of that ditch that go down that road. And then there's Mark Rivers at the very end of Shrevere, where there's a proposed cul-de-sac, or where there's a cul-de-sac drawn up on the plans. And to the right of him is Ellen Bones, which is about 19 acres of land over there.
Okay.
And we don't have any problems with what they're doing. We, in fact, think the way they've designed it helps protect the environment. Like I said, I've been following all along since the inception of it, since it was beside where we've developed.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see if anyone else has a question for you. Any board members? I'll start over here on my left. Any questions for him? On my right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, sir.
My
Really
pleasure.
helps. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Yes, sir. Well, he's allowing you to go first, so that's a gentleman there. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Patricia Fair. I'm at 3956 Gift Boulevard.
You said your last name was?
Fair, F-A-I-R.
Thank you, Ms. Fair.
And I live probably less than a mile as the crow flies, and I kayak often out in the Stono. And this proposal is so out of contrast with what we currently have there. There are only private docks or joint use docks. There's no reason why they can't put joint use docks in and not a 7-slip semi-marina kind of boat slip, which totally flies in the face of what's compatible out there and what's consistent. and to really preserve the natural beauty. So I don't think this meets the two items, which is 365, item 2A. It's not compatible with existing uses and the community there with our private docks, and there's other ways to preserve it. And it's not developed in a way that preserves the most important factors of our waterfront. And I think one of the most important things is it sets a dangerous precedent to actually lend itself to many marinas where we could start seeing this popping up, and even larger multiple boat slips. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fair, Dr. Fair, let me see if anyone has a question for you up here. Anyone on my right?
I'll ask a question really quick.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Fair, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
One question, and I know that we'll have probably several people step up to discuss the environmental detriment of this project, but I am curious is if we were to deny this application, the applicant would have every right to build 4 individual docks across that marsh. I've done a lot of dock permitting in my life, and I know what OCRM will allow and what they will not allow. And while there's a public process associated with it, it's very rare that they do anything that is not consistent with what their regulations specifically state that they can do. So, one question that I have, if we were to deny this variance request and 4 docks were to appear there, would that be a worse situation or would that be better than what's proposed by the applicant?
As I mentioned, I think it sets a precedence. Just because this is a 7-boat slip, we could have another one at another property that decides, well, we have 14 lots. They're not all on the water, but we want to increase the value of our lots. So we're going to provide waterfront access to more people. And you start increasing this, and it could snowball and really change the character and not preserve the waterfront as it is now.
Well, and while that is a possibility, over 10 slips would qualify as marina, and that's a whole different ballgame when it comes to permitting with OCRM and with the county, because it clearly becomes a commercial use. But I do understand your concerns. I'm not trying to negate them at all. Just know that we're also in a difficult spot here with, 1 dock or 4. That's a big difference between what they could do and what we could actually give them the ability to do out there. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Fair. Do we have anyone? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike McShane. I'm a resident of 1501 Ravens Point Road, Johns Island. For the record, sir, I think, and Mr. Nelson will confirm this, I'm the former chairman of DNR from 2003 to 2012 and the current chairman of the South Carolina Conservation Bank. I only say that because I'm not here in any of those capacities. I'm here as an individual resident of Charleston County off Chisholm Road.
Thank you for making that apparently clear. Yes, abundantly clear, I should say.
And I wish the applicant well in their choice, and I would, as someone who's lived out on the island for over 30 years, I would assure them that they would find that would be a great decision for their family to be out there. But I am in opposition to this request, and I point to Section A2 because I do find it is not compatible with the existing use in that vicinity. And the nearest community dock is several miles away. So you're from private docks. I understand the point of that the individual would have the opportunity to apply for 4 individual docks. That's not a guarantee. I'd suggest he probably could get them, but that is not a guarantee that he could do so. And right now, he does not require any any special exception with doing the joint dock use for the 4 waterfront homes. And in fact, if he were to elect to do that, I would offer to write a letter in support to OCRM on his particular project for that.
Okay.
If there are any questions, I certainly stand here to ask that.
All right, I'll start back over to my right. Mr. Neal?
Yes, with your experience, and thank you for that service also. With your experience, so you would rather see personally 4 docks there instead of 1 dock, and that's because of the precedent being set, like the other person that mentioned. You don't want to see community docks. Is that the real issue?
The issue in that specific neighborhood is the community dock. The 4 individual private docks are going to be very consistent with what goes on in and around that community. I understand the reticence on some people to see 4 different docks there, but if the owners of those lots are able to put in an application and get approval, I'm not going to be in their way to do so.
Thank you.
Any on my left? Questions? Mr. Williams?
Sir, again, thanks for your service. Can you speak to from your experience, the differences in usage for a community dock versus a regular private citizen's dock?
If the question is to find, is there some metric that says some type of capacity use on a community dock versus an individual dock, I don't have any scientific evidence that I could glean from my experience at DNR. I can give from my law enforcement experience while chairman of DNR that in that particular area where the Stono River and Rantles Creek come in as below the Limehouse Bridge is a very busy part of the intercoastal waterway. And which is a critical element of transportation. Those docks were going to have to be well built in that area, and there is some safety considerations that will be applied. And I think if applications go in for any dock in that arena, that's one of the considerations that always will be used. But I'm not going to speculate, sir, and I appreciate the question, but I'm not sure I would be able to give any scientific evidence that said a community dock has higher use than a private dock. I think the 4 waterfront lots themselves will be the ones that would ultimately have to purchase, build, and maintain those docks, not a community situation.
As a follow-up, there's no other community docks within 7 miles, or that's what you were saying? That's what the statements are saying?
I was thinking it was maybe 6 miles, but it could be 7 miles by that distance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else?
And Mr. McShane, thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you. So just the follow-up on that, when by community dock, you're indicating docks with multiple slips with multiple boats, such as the one that exists down at Headquarters Island.
Yes.
There are other community docks, such as Grimble Gates and Gift Plantation, that are a pierhead and 1 or 2 floating docks that are technically community docks that would require a variance. Are you specifically opposed to there being 7 slips, but you would be okay with 4 slips?
I would be okay with 4 slips with that common joint dock use, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We good?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay. Mr. Ross, you have the right of rebuttal, sir, if you so wish. Limited to 2 minutes, sir. And if you would, just for the record, please restate your name and address. Thank
Jason
you, sir.
Ross, 10 Sire Street, Charleston. One thing I would like to add is I understand that theoretically this could set a precedence, but theoretically that's not going to happen. A property of this nature is almost impossible to find at this moment in time. And not only that, to fall under all the requirements of a conservation subdivision, it's very difficult. They're just not out there. They don't exist. I do this for a living. I've given up trying to find another one. It's not out there, not on Johns Island at least. Secondly, as far as commercial use, it's going to be written in our covenants, no commercial use. This is for residents only. I also will have in my covenants no short-term rentals, so we're not going to have Airbnb folks out there on the weekends or whatever. This is for residents. That's it.
So you brought up an interesting question or a comment. You said basically this is a diamond in the rough that you found.
Yes.
And this is what you do. What is it that you do?
Land development, primarily residential land development.
And you find that this was a diamond in the rough and no one would ever find something else like this again.
Well, it was there, sitting there. I couldn't believe it. I was going to go the route of a plan development, planned community. There was a staff member that actually recommended conservation. This wasn't in my initial thought process, but I've looked to duplicate it. I believe in this so much that I feel like there's a market for it from a business standpoint. I've looked for it. I can't find it. So, the Stono River mostly adjoins all rural areas. The Johns Island being mostly rural, you're not going to find a community dock for that reason. Now, I will say that there's a brand new marina upstream within a mile or 2 miles that has come on board this past year. So, yeah, that's not 6, that's 2. And it's a big dry stack marina. So have that in mind as well.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I have
Mr.
one,
Neal?
is that right?
Yes, sir.
One follow-up. If you had to rank and I'm going to put you on the spot, because this is obviously a hotbed topic tonight. If you had to rank having 4 docks with the slips, 4 individual docks, or one with 7 slips, which one are you preferring?
As a resident, 1 all day long. Well, I'm sorry, as a resident, I would prefer to have an individual dock. As a neighbor, 1. And hold me to that. I'm being honest. Yeah.
You had a question?
So, Mr. Ross, thank you again. I will. The Ross Marine, the new dry stack that was built at the Ross Marine facility, it's probably more like 6 or 7 river miles away.
Is it really?
It's a good way, yeah, but that's beside the point.
No relation, by the way.
That's
Yeah.
all right. I think it's the Swigerts now anyway. The Ross is an old name. So.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately how many docks are located across the river from the dock you want to?
I do not. I do know that the parcels are roughly the same footprint, around 2-acre parcels, as far as the waterfront lots. You just don't see big acreage anymore. Maybe a little bit further down, close to Kiowa, but nothing that has city water. No.
Okay.
Good.
All right. I mean, looking at the aerials, it looks fairly dense across the river as well. So it's just-
Yes.
One more follow-up.
Yes, sir, please.
Are there any difference in the application process for a community dock with OCRM and DNR than there are for the residential docks?
I can't answer that question. This is my first rodeo, per se. Like I said, Newkirk Environmental, I've hired them to kind of represent me there. But if I had to guess, there isn't much difference. You still have to survey the waterway, I believe. I don't know, maybe not. But honestly, I don't know.
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Ross, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. At this time, this application is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any?
I had one. I'm trying to think of it now. I got to go back. to my
Any
notes.
discussion? No? You said you had a question, yes or no?
I had a question for staff. I'm looking through my notes to understand it again.
Mr. Truslow? No? Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I need a motion to either approve or deny this case.
I'd like to make a motion so we can start discussion. I'll move that we approve. I need to have my agenda. I apologize. So I can read it correctly for the chairman. I move that we approve the special exception request for the community dock 7 boat slips for case BZA 0623-00687, with staff comments. Do we have staff comments on this?
Yes, you do.
With staff comments. And then I'd like to start the discussion if we get a second. If we don't, then somebody else can motion.
Unfortunately, Mr.
You
O'Neill.
gotta go through the whole
You got,
process.
yeah.
Okay, so I will, I'm making a motion to approve it, and then we'll start with, because I believe it meets all the criteria 1 through 6, and I will read them each one. Because it meets criteria 1, it's consistent with the recommendations contained in the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan, character of the base zoning district, purpose of the intent. I believe what he's putting together is out there, it's just, it's fine with what he's suggested on the special exceptions for number 1. I believe it meets it. Number 2 is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. I believe it meets that because I believe that for conservation purposes, 1 dock is better than 4. So there are other community docks in the area. They may not be real close like next door, but there are some in the general vicinity, general area. I believe it meets criteria number 3, which is adequate provision is made for such items as setbacks, buffering, fences, landscaping to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence. I don't think there's any issues with criteria number 3. Criteria number 4, where applicable, will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate in any important and natural features. I think this is why I'm choosing to support this argument, so that we can have the least amount of impact on the environment that other options would not. I believe it meets criteria number 5, which is complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including the zoning district standards, site plan review requirements of this ordinance. He's already submitted to OCRM and DNR, so I believe it meets that criteria. And I believe it does not meets criteria number 6, which does not hinder or endanger vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads. The applicant has mentioned that he's putting the majority of this land in a conservation easement in a community-related ordeal. I think that is applauded. Should be more of that, and that's why I make this motion.
And the 2 criteria?
The conditions.
Recommendations. Staff
Oh, the
recommendations.
special, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. You got them right there. And to add the special conditions, prior to zoning permit approval for the community dock, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And it'll also have a second condition, the dock is for private community use only, no leasing, public, or commercial use will be allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Truslow, any discussion?
Point of discussion. I don't see that it meet criteria number 2, compatible with existing usage, based on the testimony that I've heard from the residents as well. That's just my take on it.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, I'll press on that just a little bit. So a community dock, by definition, as our staff has testified, does include any dock that's going to be accessible by more than 4 families. And so there are and I live in a neighborhood that has a community dock that doesn't have boat slips attached to it. Those boat slips, we have a community dock that allows access by all 150 of our lots, or however many lots we have in there. That is a community dock. That would require a variance, even though it's just a pier head and 2 floating docks out in the water. Would you be opposed to that type of community dock, or are you just opposed to the 7 slips?
The 7 slips.
The 7 slips. Would you be amenable to less slips than 7?
Yeah, less slips, yeah. I think less slips makes sense.
Okay. All right. I'm just
And the reason why is it's like, it's not our job to consider the economics of the situation. It's our job to look at the criteria, at least from my perspective, and see if it meets them. You know, it's not our business as to other people having access or not, or the development at hand or whatever.
Yeah, and this is a curious case with there being the ability, as the applicant has proposed his existing subdivision with 4 waterfront lots. Now, what I'm going to say next may not comply with county zoning and what's required for an AG8 waterfront lot, but by OCRM standards, any dock that's 90 feet or wider actually is allowed to have a single user private dock. And if he has 640 feet of water frontage, which the applicant testified that he did, he actually could build 7 lots. It probably wouldn't be wide enough at the AG8 zoning standard, but there's a little curious play going on here where there is a way to build 7 lots and 7 docks. It would be absolutely more obtrusive than what the applicant has proposed. And I am compelled by what he is. What he's attempting to do with a conservation subdivision and trying to limit the footprint of this dock to something that has been there for years and years.
Mr. Neal, you had another comment?
Yeah, I just think less is more here. And I mean, I understand it. Economics, we shouldn't take that in consideration whether it's 4 docks or 7 docks. But there's going to be, these guys are smart. They're going to find a way to develop this golden piece of property that they found down there, and I totally understand the residents that are around them. They don't want to see anything change down there, and I get it. But things do happen. So it's our job to find the best way to fit this thing and make it as palatable as possible. We found an applicant that's trying to make this really, really nice, and I don't have a problem with the 7 on a community. I know it's a little bit different, but I think it meets all the tests.
Anything else, this board? Okay. Did I get a second?
You have a second from
Mr. Truslow. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
That's 3, 4. Any opposed? Which?
Aye.
It carries. So, Mr. Ross, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 working days or business days, you will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. We thank everybody for their input, and we hope that everybody can live in peace and harmony with this verdict. All right. Our next case will be BZA 0623. That's 00688. No, that's not right. That's right. Okay, right. And who will be doing that one for us? The one and only Mr. Joshua Downey.
So BZA case 0623-00688. The applicant, Erica Herbert, on behalf of the property owner, Sandra Davis, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 1635 Pat Kelly Lane, TMS number 559000033 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the north, east, and south are located in the R4 low-density R4 zoning district. The property to the west is located in the Mount Pleasant overlay commercial and light commercial zoning districts. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1995 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms and has shown 6 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent explains this is a 3-bedroom single-family home that is not owner-occupied. All 3 bedrooms will be available for short-term rental. A max of 10 guests can occupy the rental at one time. There are allowed 4 parking spaces on spots on the property. The property will be available for 144 days per year. So, the definition of short-term rentals. So the map, the aerial views, staff conducted its site visit on July the 18th. That is the single-family residence. The single-family residence and some of the parking. Some of the surrounding properties. That is Pat Kelly Lane. The site plan that was shown And in the staff report, it said 6 parking spaces will be shown, but on the site plan, it does have 5, which is in the requirements for this application. The evacuation routes in case of an emergency. The plat. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria may have been met for this case. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 06-23-00688, a special exception request to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 1635 Pat Kelly Lane, TMS number 559-00000033 in the east area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to consider should approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited STRP site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. The board may modify any of staff recommendations below, including but not limited to the restricting of the number of days that the STR can be used. Any questions?
Any questions of staff? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Present. Please come forward, state your name and address, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Freeman Davis. My address is 507 Maggie Road Extension, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464. I, along with 2 of my siblings and my brother-in-law, own this property. It was owned by my father and his mother's family before then. It's a way to keep the lights on, pay the taxes, the insurance, keep the property up. And that way we could have use of the property when we need to. And also, it's on the bus line, so it's easily accessible to visitors.
Okay.
Any questions?
Mr. Williams.
Ma'am, quick question. This is a standard question, but are you going to be using like Airbnb or anything to rent your property?
Yes.
Airbnb or something
Well,
else?
we hadn't decided that. We're still in the process of figuring that out. We put in the application, and decisions will be made as we progress.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis. Anyone else have a question? It's just catching my eye. What subdivision do you reside in? You said Maggie Street Extension?
Maggie Road Extension, that's the Snowden community.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Okay.
All right. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of your application, of this application? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Penzola Freeman Brown. I live on 1105 Freeman Scott Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. And I'm one of the property owners also. It's a total of seven of us who inherit the property from my father. and his father and father. So the property has been in our family for a long time. We would just like to use it to the best of our ability so that we can have access as well as let it be a financial gain.
Okay. Anyone have a question? Any board member have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Very good, and this application is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff in the discussion? If not, I need a motion to either approve or deny this application. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
make it. I think this application is a standard application for many of the other short-term rentals that we have approved. So in the matter of BZA case 0623-0688, I make a motion that we approve this application. Number one, I find that it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Number two, adequate provision is made and/or existing for such items such as setbacks, buffering, including fences and/or landscaping to protect adjacent properties from the possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use, such as noise, traffic congestion, trash, parking, and similar factors. And number three, it complies with all the compatible rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use condition, zoning district standards, and applicable STRP site plan review requirements of the ordinance. In addition, we included as part of this approval the staff's 3 recommendations.
4.
4, I'm sorry, I needed to scroll down.
Second.
Please,
Second. The motion.
if you read those.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
we don't,
I didn't
okay,
think-
never
yeah, I
mind.
didn't think we had
No,
to.
okay, thank you.
This is at 4.
I'm dragging your chicken today. All right, so we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Very good. All those in favor indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. So your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the application. Congratulations and good night. All right, we're winding this thing down. If I'm not mistaken, this is the last case for tonight. And Ms. Brooks will be bringing us home with this.
Opposition.
This is case BZA 06-23-0068. Wait a minute. 9, excuse me, go ahead.
0689. Oh, let me get to the microphone. 0689, yes, correct. Thank you. The applicant and property owner, Robert Behringer of Blessing Investments LLC, represented by Kevin Coffey of Low Country Land Development Consultants LLC, is requesting a special exception for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the agricultural preservation AG10 zoning district for properties located at 1345 Lofton Road and 8880 Highway 17 North, which are TMS 731-0000041 and 731-0000101 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the northeast and west are located in the Agricultural Preservation AG10 zoning district. The adjacent properties to the east, the adjacent property to the east is located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district. Here's the ordinance sections. Section 616, Table 6.1-1 use table of the ZLDR indicates resource extraction in the AG10 zoning district as use type allowed if it complies with use-specific conditions of section 6414, all other applicable regulations of this ordinance, and is approved by the BZA as a special exception. Article 6.4, use conditions, section 6.414, resource extraction. Application states all uses involving resource extraction shall complete the site plan review process and obtain a zoning permit. The applicant shall receive special exception approval and approval from SCDHEC prior to site plan review approval. The Board of Zoning Appeals may, on a case-by-case basis, also require conditions of approval, including but not limited to restricted days and hours of operation, requiring documentation from a South Carolina registered professional geologist regarding potential impacts on wells, groundwater, and surface water, and requiring that the excavation area be screened and that a drainage plan be submitted and approved for the restoration of the site when excavation has been completed. Currently, the applicant is in the site plan review process for the development of a proposed resource extraction use. The 20.09 acre property where the proposed mine would be located is vacant. Here's the aerial photographs of the property. The proposed mine would front onto Lofton Road, which is a earthen road maintained by Charleston County. Let's get to the site plan. There we go. And turns to asphalt 450 feet southeast of the site toward Highway 17 North. The asphalt portion is maintained by the SCDOT. Lofton Road intersects Highway 17 North and is located north of the town of Allendale and is south of the town of McClellanville. The applicant is proposing to construct a 0.78 acre mine haul road on the 14.87 acre vacant property, TMS 73100000101, with ingress egress to the mine from Highway 17 North. The proposed mine haul road borders the 100-foot undisturbed buffer along the southwest property boundary. And the applicant's letter of intent further explains the owner of the property wishes to conduct a small mining operation under a general permit which has been issued by SCDHEC for the operation of a mine less than 5 acres. The site is currently wooded and will retain the wooded areas around the proposed mine operation as a minimum 100-foot buffer along the adjacent road and properties. The entrance to the mine operation will be off of Highway 17 North, approximately 450 linear feet west of Lofton Road. Lofton Road, which fronts the property. The property will be fenced with locked gates to protect any pedestrians that may wander onto the site. In addition, the applicant's letter of intent also explains the structural fill from the site has been and will be used for various road projects around Charleston County area. Once the mining operation is complete, the pit will receive some backhaul to a final elevation of 10 feet below the top of the mining pit bank. The mining pit will then be allowed to fill with water and become a pond, which is part of the reclamation plan. The owner will own, operate, and maintain the pond and the haul road to the site. The hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. The anticipated time to complete excavation of the pond is 24 months with an average of 20 trucks per day. The proposed mine on TMS 731000014 is located 900 feet north of the St. James Santee Elementary Middle School on TMS 731000038 at 8900 Highway 17 North on the corner of Lofton Road and Highway 17 North. Based on the school's website, students arrive at 7 a.m. and the first bell rings at 7:25 a.m. These students are dismissed at 2:25 p.m. If the board decides to approve this application, staff recommends the hours of operation be adjusted to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to avoid conflicts with the students' arrival time. The board may consider allowing the mine operators to be on site at 7 a.m. to prepare the site. However, staff recommends that there should be no truck traffic until after 8 a.m. Staff conducted a site visit on July 18th, 2023. Here were some photos of the visit, the sign posted, and the subject properties, and some pictures of the school and the road. It's the plat of the properties. Based on Planning Director review and report regarding approval criteria of Section 3.6.5, this request may not meet criteria 1, 2, 3, and 6, and may meet criteria 4 and 5. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny this case based on the findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the days and hours of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The mine operators may be on site at 7 a.m. to prepare the site. However, there shall be no truck traffic until after 8 a.m. 3, the applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the county and state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. 4, the applicant shall install chain link tree barricades at the drip line of all grand trees within 40 feet the total mine disturbance area, including the haul road. These barricades are meant to aid in preservation of these protected trees and shall be in place at all times during construction. The barricades shall be inspected and approved by county staff prior to issuing the zoning permit to start construction of this proposed resource extraction. And 5, the applicant or owner shall post all-weather signs on the haul road entrance gate visible from Highway 17 North right-of-way and on the employee entrance gate visible from Lofton Road right-of-way, listing the name and contact information of the mine operator. This person listed will serve as contact for this project in case there are any compliance issues that arise during the mine operation. Also, you will see that I believe it was 29 letters were included in opposition. Are there any questions of staff?
Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. You mentioned how far the school is from this proposed mine. How far is this recreation complex from the proposed mine in this picture? Do you know?
Is it
the same building?
It's on the same parcel. So the school is also the recreation site when the school is not in operation.
Okay. Yeah. My other follow-up question would be, these applicants came in the past. Was this postponed? I'm just trying to recall what the case. Deferred. It was deferred. That's what it was.
Yeah, there was some question about the entrance road, and okay. That has been.
That's when they added.
I'm sorry.
That's when they.
Yes, when the other haul road onto 17 North.
Okay, thank you.
Was added. Yeah.
Mr. Neal?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to find the aerials, and I think you've got it there, but I just need to understand a little bit more what's around it. And maybe I'll be able to ask the applicant this because I'm not familiar with this property. But obviously, I have concerns about the school, but I have concerns about the roadway. So I know it's coming off Highway 17. I'd like to understand a little bit how far down it goes and what area on this aerial I'm looking at right now has residential. So I'd like somebody to point me out where the school is and where the residential is.
Okay. The school is, if you're looking at this map, the AGR zone parcel noted as 038.
Okay, so 038
right.
is the school.
The lighter green color, and then
okay.
Yeah, and then right across Lofton Road, of course, the two Hatch properties. The mine is on 014, and then there's a haul road that goes through 101.
Okay. residential is all around it? 084, 083, 082, that's all single-family residential?
Yes, I'm not sure which ones actually have homes on them that are built. I can't, yeah. But those are subdivided out into residential lots, and then there are larger lots surrounding that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Kuzma, you got a question?
I was trying to figure out exactly where the Hall Road goes. Can you tell me exactly where the Hall Road goes? I know it goes from 014 through.
Yeah, so let's go back to this. So you can see on this map, if you, the north, sort of the top side of the drawing, that's Lofton Road. And so the Hall Mine is going to parallel Lofton Road through that, the property that fronts on Highway 17 North. And it's sort of pushed, you know.
Page, I guess it would be page 6 of what we have.
Look at this one here, that's the Hall Road right there.
So it's kind of
All right, so
that.
how far away is that from Lofton Road?
It is.
What's the distance?
I think I said that. Let's verify with the applicant. Yeah, let's verify with the applicant.
All right.
I'll pull out the plans to confirm if they don't have an exact number.
Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Truslow?
I think I'll wait for the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone on my right? Left, excuse me.
I was just going to ask, how many trucks per day did you say?
20.
Yes, per the letter of intent from the applicant, it's an average of 20 trucks per day.
Mr. Nelson? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Is the applicant present? Well, before this gentleman stands up, let me just say this. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is Mr. Goldstein, who used to sit on this board, an illustrious past board member, and is a very good contender. So I will say, board members, please keep a watchful ear. This man is very smart and very good at what he does, and that's why he's hired. No, I know. I'm just joking. It's good to hear. Good to hear him here. Have him here today, but it's good. Welcome back, Mr. Goldstein. Please go ahead and state your name.
Tommy Goldstein, 2344 Cosgrove Avenue, North Charleston, 29405. The answer to your question is 450 feet. It's the distance from Lofton Road to the edge of the mine. The mine is 3.49 acres, which is approximately 9% of the total amount of acreage, which is approximately 40 acres. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So let me begin where I want to begin. One, apologize for my dress. I normally would be wearing a long sleeve shirt and a tie, but I've got a grotesque bloody catheter hanging out the top of my arm that I can't get a long sleeve over. I'll be glad to show it to you.
No.
So I don't want you to derive any disrespect from the fact that I'm standing here with a jacket over a T-shirt. I wanted to say that because I have that much respect for the board. I also, until today, was working from room 4056 at Medical University of South Carolina. And so my original letter to the board contained some typographical errors, which I have now corrected. And with your permission, I'd like to hand up the corrections. The corrections are pretty much immaterial. I had some of the dimensions wrong, and also I had the hours of operation wrong. As Ms. Brooks said, the hours of operation, they've cut out Saturday as a concession to the neighbors. They've cut Saturday out. They let it go. And 7 to 5, which is less than you're allowed by the ordinance, but no truck will start until 8 a.m. So they've cut back the number of trucks, the hours of operation, And as you can see, at considerable expense of over $60,000, have relocated the Hall Road so that it in no way impacts Lofton Road. As a matter of fact, there's a 100-foot vegetative buffer between the Hall Road and Lofton Road. So I understand the concern from the school, but the school will not see anything, will not hear anything, will not smell anything. And while we're on smell, let me remind you, and it's not in my letter, and it should have been, this is going to be a wet dig. There's going to be zero discharge from this operation. This is a temporary application, 2 years, and it's over, and it then becomes a pond, which is an amenity. Now, let me remind the board that this is a special exception, not a variance. The applicant's not required to show a hardship. County Council has delineated resource extraction as a permitted use in the AG10 zoning classification. That's why Ms. Working always prepares those use charts for y'all. And you go down and you either see a blank, which means not allowed, or you see an A, which means matter of right, or you means an S, which is a special exception. Resource extraction, AG10, is a permitted use provided you meet the criteria. I was going to go through the criteria with you, but Ms. Brooks stole my thunder and went through it with you, and we're prepared to meet each and every element of that criteria, including putting the sign up and monitoring the number of trucks and restricting the hours of operation. So, Ms. Brooks having stole my thunder, and I'm down to 2 minutes, let me just remind the board there are literally 1,000 cases that say once an applicant establishes the objective criteria have been met for a special exception, a presumption arises that the use is consistent with the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. And that's what County Council did when it made its decision to put an S in the blank on the use table for AG10. So in order to be granted a special exception, we're not required to show a hardship. We're merely required to show conformity with the requirements set forth in the ordinance, and which I have here in front of me and is attached to my letter, and I'm happy to go through them and read them to you, but I think kind of as an insult to you, I think you probably all already know it. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and if you want me to go through the criteria in detail, I'm prepared to do that. But in summation, let me just say, these trucks will never be on Lofton Road. And the thing about trucks, people say, trucks. Sure, we all hate trucks, but everything we're wearing came on a truck. Everything we put in our mouths came on a truck. Everything we write with, all this furniture, it all came on a truck. Everything comes on a truck. Sure, trucks. I wish there were no trucks, but it's unreasonable to expect that anybody could function without material being delivered by trucks. And the sand generated by this mine goes to Charleston County road improvements. Everybody's complaining about the roads are so terrible.
So,
Well,
Mr. Goldstein, I'm going to stop you.
okay, stop me. You're right. I see I'm at a zero, so I'll
Yes,
be
sir.
quiet and
So,
answer.
no, but I'll also throw you a bone, as the young kids can say. So help me help you defend 1, 2, and 6. You've already elaborated on 6 on traffic, but help me clear my mind on 1 and 2.
Number one is the comprehensive plan. It has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Is that number one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the reason why it's consistent with the comprehensive plan is because, as I said, County Council has already predetermined in its wisdom that resource extraction is an allowable use in an AG10.
Correct.
So that's already been decided. And then number 6,
Number 2.
I'm sorry, number 2, is compatible with the uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community because, as I told you, this extraction is being done through a wet process so that there will be no runoff, no discharge. You know, a lot of these mines, you see the pipes running down to the Stono River and dumping it in the Stono River or the Ashley River, or fill in the blank river. So this use is entirely consistent with an agricultural use. Now, if you think this isn't consistent with an agricultural use, you know, go visit a commercial pig farm or I mean, those are agricultural uses, and there ain't nothing agricultural about them, and there ain't nothing pristine about them, and there's nothing pretty about them. And I do my part because I don't eat meat, but that's just me. I don't have any problem with anybody who does, but it's certainly the extraction of 9%. This is 3.49 acre pit for 2 years, 24 months, in which time it'll be full of water and it'll be an amenity. I see Mr. Neal has a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Neal.
I want to interrupt the chairman's questions and follow-ups. Mr. Goldstein, first of all, thank you for your service. You served on this board. I appreciate every hour you spent. I am taking a different tact as usual. I'm focusing on 3 issues, 2 of which are criteria. So I'll give you all 3 of my issues, and then you can I'll work through and probably have some follow-ups. But the first issue I have is I'm not concerned about Lofton Road. I'm concerned about the neighborhood. And I don't know anything about this neighborhood, if there's any homes up there. But from what I can see, the Hall Road basically borders 7 different lots. Now, I don't know if any of them have houses up there. I'm sure some of the people that have come up in opposition to this project, that's what I'm concerned about. Because the Hall Road, if I look at your site plan, is only about 100 feet away from the backs of those lots. And even though if it's an undisturbed buffer, you got big trucks going through there. So that's my first issue, is how are you going to mitigate noise, sound, light, things like that on those 7 lots at least? So that's my first question. The second question also is the number 2 criteria, not adversely affecting the immediate community, noise and light pollution, because there's lights going on. It's early in the morning. There's noise. Even though you're telling me 20 trucks, there's noise of those things hauling at 8 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Friday. So that's a big issue to me. The last one is a criteria number 6. But I want you to clarify the 20 trucks a day. When I hear 20 trucks a day, at first it sounds like, okay, that's only going to be 20 trucks, 1 haul. Well, wait a minute, is that 20 trucks with a bunch of hauls a day, or is that 20 total hauls? Are we capping it at 20 truck loads, and then that's it a day? So I want to clarify that.
That'd be 20 trucks.
So it could be
not 20 times 4,
right?
20 times 8, or
it could
20
be 5 times 4, 5 trucks, 4 loads. Well, however you get to 20 hauls.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but that makes sense. That makes mathematical sense.
Yeah, I would like to. So those are my 3 issues of how I'm trying to get over it. The rest of it, the comprehensive use, I'm fine with that type of stuff personally. But those are the 2 criteria with those 3 issues. So however you want to expand on it.
Well, you can pull up the aerial map and you can see that now I haven't gone out and physically inspected, but there do not appear to be any residents bordering the subject lots. I mean, I'm looking at the same map you are, and I don't see anything.
So we won't hear from. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We won't hear from any other residents in that area.
I can't say that. I've read the adverse comments, and they all run into the same generic speculation about, oh, the children will be affected by this. Well, the law says you can't consider that. You got to have objective. You got to have an objective criteria. And I brought a copy of the Hine versus Helicopter Solutions case, which is right on point and cited in my letter. And there's Banham versus City of Columbia and Wyndham versus City of North Augusta. And as the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said about special exceptions, there ain't nothing special or exceptional about them. So will there be noise? I'm sure there will be noise. I hear noises everywhere I go on every road I'm on. I hear my neighbors' cars when they crank up in the driveway and when they come and they go. I mean,
There's a big difference between cars and trucks, though, Mr. Goldstein.
well, depends on the car, but I understand what you're saying. I can't imagine that anyone would be impacted by a truck on that road with 100 foot of buffering between it and the property line. That's 100 feet of buffering.
You don't believe that they will impact, your haul road with 20 truckloads will impact the 7 residential lots that are 100 feet away from the back side of their property?
I do not believe they will. I think the impact will be immaterial or minor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I'll come to this side.
Yes, sir. I kind of feel bad for asking questions with the situation you're in, but I'm going to ask a question since you're here.
Okay, I didn't understand what you said.
I said I feel bad for asking a question
okay?
with the situation you've been in, but I'm going to ask anyway since you're standing here.
Well, it's a cardiac problem, so you can't catch it.
Okay. Well, my question, sir, is the same question I had when this case came before the board in the past, which was whether this mine is compatible with the existing uses and whether it's compatible to the general welfare of the immediate properties, like the school and the community center and the houses and those kind of things. That's the only question I have. And I still kind of have that question. So how do you answer that?
Well, the sand that's being mined is going to road construction projects in South Carolina, which I think benefits all South Carolinians. People complain about the roads in South Carolina all the time.
No, a landmine being compatible with the existing usage nearby. That's my question.
It's compatible because it's not going to result in any discharge. It's not going to have any impact on anybody. And at the end of 24 months, it's going to be a pond, which is an amenity. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to stand up here and say, we got too many ponds in South Carolina. It would surprise me to hear someone say that. But I mean, the question you're asking could be applied to anything that is in the nature of progress.
Well, the reason I asked is because there were some letters concerning the welfare of the kids at the school. One parent was saying their kid went to that school for a number of years, and they couldn't imagine their kid going to that school with this project being near the school and those kind of things. So when I talk about general welfare, that's what I'm referring to.
Sure, and it's purely speculative, and that's why I cited all the cases in my letter, because all the cases say that when the Board of Zoning Appeals takes up a special exception, if there's opposition, the opposition has to be grounded on objective, verifiable criteria. It's not enough to say, I can't imagine my child going to that school. That's just legally insufficient, because if that were legally sufficient, then that could be applied to any project anywhere on anything. And it's just legally not enough. It's just not enough. And that's why the county council put an S in the block for AG 10. They decided that resource extraction is okay in AG 10, if you meet the criteria.
To my understanding, the Board of Zoning Appeals has to approve it as well.
If the applicant meets the criteria, that's exactly correct.
Thank you.
That's exactly correct. I'm not saying you're a potted plant, but property owners do have rights to the highest and best use of their property. And that's, again, in the helicopter case, which I cited in my letter. I brought a copy. So you have to balance highest and best use on one hand versus the impact on the neighbors on the other hand. And what all the cases say, not just the helicopter case, but all of them, they say when the Board of Zoning Appeals balances that test, The objections have to be based on objective criteria. It cannot be based on speculation.
I guess my last follow-up, if I can. The objective criteria would be these criteria we're looking at, 1 through 6, correct?
Objective criteria would be, just for example, and this is going to sound sort of like hyperbole, but if an opponent came in and said, I did a traffic study, and a traffic study has revealed that the operation of this mine for 24 months at 20 trucks a day is going to cause this damage to the road, that would be an objective criteria. Or, I did a simulation. I ran 2 trucks down this haul road and I recorded the decibels. And the decibels are off the chart. That's objective criteria. It's not legally not sufficient to say, well, I think it's going to be too noisy. It's just not legally sufficient.
Thank you.
Okay.
So let me clarify for the board. So any objection or any comments, rather, that the opposition will pose to this applicant, and I'm not on anyone's side, just to clarify, you can't, proof is not, I think this might happen. Proof is, here's something objectable, something that can be shown. It's called evidence. That's what he's saying.
Thank you for that point. You have a question?
I have several questions and some comments. Thank you for being here first. And like the others, I appreciate the service you provided to the county in the past.
Thank you.
I was really, a lot of the questions that I had have already been answered. I was relieved, and this is just a comment, to find out that you're going to be doing a wet extraction rather than a dry.
Right.
That leads me to believe that the chance of there being a problem with dust is de minimis. Is that correct?
That's great, and we can make that a condition.
And I was going to ask you, following up on that, you know what BMPs are, best management practices?
Best management, yeah. I'm not very good at it, but.
Would you, is it your intent to comply with best management practices regarding this mine?
Absolutely.
If allowed?
I got the engineer sitting right there. He can address that.
All right. Then the second thing, you already answered about the haul road, where it's going, who this is going to impact on. Another comment, I appreciate very much the statement you've made about the state of the law, and Mr. UG confirming basically the same thing, that it's not for us to say whether the laws that South Carolina has are good or bad. We're stuck with what they give us, and if they have lax inspection and regulation, it's not on us, it's on them, and there's a remedy that the residents would have if DHEC did not require them to adhere to the law. Is that
And
my
DHEC does
understanding?
monitor. DHEC does monitor.
Yes, sir, but if they're doing a bad job, what protection does the community have?
If you know, I could spend 3 days answering that question, because I find that applying in my line of work frequently, how lawyers can deal in bad faith and not deal honestly with each other, and the whole system breaks down.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. I've known Mr. Coffey a long time, and I have complete confidence in him, and I will vouch for him. Lawyers are not supposed to vouch for witnesses, but I'll vouch for him. And we can put a condition on there that we notify DHEC, call for periodic inspections or so forth. I want to satisfy the board. I want to satisfy the neighbors. But this project can be done with little or no impact, and it's a 24-month project, and it's over.
You understood my question. It was a friendly question. It was intended as a
No,
friendly
I
question.
understand. I'm just I'm at an age where I'm kind of disappointed in lawyers
Going
these
on
days.
to something else, there have been concerns about noise, vibration, pollution, and that sort of thing, and you've given us some very good law that we should consider. I noticed that literally right in front of the school is a 4-lane highway, 17. There are low boys, 18-wheelers, big trucks, cars constantly within 25 feet of the school property. There's a buffer, but it's right there. It's 4-lane highway. Which way do the sand trucks go? Do they go towards McClellanville, or do they are they going to be coming towards Charleston,
towards
Mount
Charleston.
Pleasant, or both? Do you know?
Well, I'm sure some of both, but towards Charleston.
Which way will most of them be going?
Towards Charleston, south.
Okay. All right. Now, one of the tough questions that I had, or from my point of view, is we've gotten what I consider some, and I'm very respectful and mindful of what residents in the area feel, think, or they're concerned about, whether it's objective or just a basic concern for their own lives or for their children. But my question would be, since there have been serious claims that of vibration, pollution, traffic, that sort of thing, and safety, noise. There's like I said, 17's already Highway 17's already there. Would you be willing to? I know you've already done one, and it's been before I'm new to this board, but there's been one deferral. The claims have been made, but there hasn't. That there are these concerns, but not much substance, which is an argument that I clearly understood you to make. Would you be willing to agree to another deferral to give the community a chance to submit substantive evidence to corroborate that there's a noise problem or will be a noise problem, pollution problem, safety problems? Would you? I'm not saying you have to, but would you be willing to do that in good faith?
I would have to talk with my client. I would not be inclined to recommend that. However, I would meet you halfway and say, well, why don't we put a probationary period on it, and let's see how it goes for X number of months, and let's see if there's any evidence of noise, vibration, and then we can come back and revisit it.
Okay. I was thinking the other way. Would it be fair to give the residents? So far, I haven't seen. I understand their heartfelt feelings, but I haven't seen what you would call, or I might call, objective criteria, credible evidence to support their claim. In fairness to them, would you be willing to give them a short period to gather the expert testimony to or evidence to corroborate many of the claims they've made regarding, it may exist, it may not exist, but would you be willing to give them a fair chance to present that kind of evidence?
Well, I'd have to consult with my client before I could make a decision like that.
All right.
I couldn't make that decision for my client.
I wouldn't think you'd have anything I gleaned from what you said, and with a wet extraction and the Hall Road, right, and what the area around it, they would allow. There's been no problem with hauling timber. You can clear cut land, logging trucks can come down the road now. You can have, if you've ever been around a cotton farm, you turn it into a virtual desert and to grow cotton, and you've got dust and Roundup, and I'm concerned about the long-term effect for this community. I understand the life of this mine is going to be no more than 2 years.
Yeah, 24 months, it's over.
Probably quicker than that if Charleston's growing like it is. But and then it's going to be basically be a pond.
It's going to be a pond.
But right now, what could happen is you could put in a housing development, and long term for the community, they could have a lot more. It could have a more profound effect on them by having a housing development or a farm, or somebody said pig farm, but that's a different issue. I'm trying to think of what's going to be in the long-term best interest of the community and the surrounding community.
Well, you have brought up a fascinating topic, and I don't want to take up the board's time with it, but I will be glad to go to lunch with you when this is over. And I have some very strong feelings about AG 10. Some very strong feelings. How discriminatory it is. But that's neither here nor there, because that requires, am I right, 1 house per 10 acres? Am I got that right?
Okay.
So
That is incredibly discriminatory, and this country has a long history of discriminatory housing practices.
Hey,
I know I'm
into
going
that.
way off.
yeah, so gentlemen, if I can,
Well,
please-
so, go ahead, I'm sorry, Chief.
I want to try to, containerize this and not let us go out with a long debate on this.
You're right, I went way off the
So,
reservation.
Go ahead, Mr. Huger.
So I just want to clarify. So, Mr. Truslow, are you asking if the applicant is willing to give more time for those who may be opposed to gather information to present to the board?
That's essentially what I'm saying. I respect very much what he has to say, and please don't read anything into this, but if they don't have any concerns, or if your clients don't have any concerns about noise, vibration, and so on, I mean, I know you can shoot guns out there, but would you be willing to give them a fair? Right now, I think their concerns are legitimate, but their proof is weak. And I'm asking, would you be willing to defer to give them a chance to present some evidence?
And that would push us to September?
I would think they could do it within, if the evidence is as strong as they say, it wouldn't take 30 days.
We got meetings that are already.
I don't-
Point of-
Just one moment.
Administrative question about that. Does the board have to approve that or not?
Well,
Yeah.
just hold on. Let me work this
So,
out.
look-
Thank
so-
you, Mr. Williams. So,
Are we going to have to refile another $250?
In order for staff to meet filing deadlines and notices, I don't believe 30 days would be long enough to meet the legal requirements for
Whatever would
advertisements.
accommodate both sides. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be fair to both sides.
Next month already.
So let me give some clarification. So, and I'm going to say this respectfully, Mr. Truslow. So we don't know what the other side is going to present at this time. So I don't know if we're usurping whatever they're going to say. Secondly, even if such evidence is presented, the board still has to make a decision. So if there is what I'm going to call evidence to support any of the claims, that evidence is not dispositive of whether or not the applicant is granted the permit. It is still up for the board to make a decision based on all the evidence that's presented. So it is up to the applicant, I believe this is correct, if you want to defer. But I'll also say that we haven't heard from those who may be in opposition yet in terms of what information they want to present to the board.
Yeah, we want to hear that.
All right. Well, I think we would want to hear that first, and then he would have a chance of rebuttal, and then he could ask
correct.
for it, and then we
Yes.
would make a decision. I'm just trying to be fair to both sides.
Yeah, but that's after.
I'm trying to clarify.
Well,
They
you-
would
that-
have to request it, and the board would have to approve or deny that.
That's correct.
They would have to request it, but as the board has done in the past, the board could make a recommendation or make a suggestion,
Approve or
rather.
deny. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
You should still ask that question later.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this
An
application?
operator.
Given the noise meters of test.
Afternoon. Kevin Coffey, Low Country Land Development Consultants, 3030 Ashley Town Center Drive. I just wanted to kind of go over quickly When we came here last time, the big concern was Lofton Road, and so we basically went to the drawing board, found a new location, had to go through another site plan review, 100-foot buffer, everything we tried to do to accommodate what we were getting last time. One thing I wanted to correct, I sent Jenny an email, and we did a traffic study from the site for 40 trucks a day, not 20. 20 was the initial submittal. And in June, I sent Jenny an email that said we're going to 40. We had a traffic study done, and that was shown in our site plan review. So I wanted to make that, put that out there in front too. That's pretty much it. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things before everybody thinks we're done. Yes, sir.
Wait just one moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the chairman to give me approval. I don't, I listen to the chairman, sorry.
I got you.
Ms. Workin is not here to defend herself with
Right.
that email, and I don't think the board has privy to that email yet, unless staff has that said email. You know what date that was on?
6/27.
You may want to ask what was the result of the traffic
Yes.
study.
Thank you. What was the result of the traffic study, Mr. Coffey?
Basically, there was no improvements required, and we showed 40 trucks, you know, one trip in, one trip out, so 80 trips, proved that there was no improvements necessary, like a turn lane or anything like that, because there was a turn lane already existing for the school that can be used to slow the vehicles down. So none of that was required within that traffic study.
Okay.
We also did go to the DOT and acquired an encroachment permit for that driveway. So we've got our DHEC permit, we've got our DOT permit, we've worked with Charleston County to have the other permit for the personnel to come off Lofton Road. There's 2 or 3 guys that'll be working the site, and they have their own place to park with facilities and everything else that'll come off of Lofton, but all other truck traffic will come off of the Hall Road, the new Hall Road.
Okay. All right, let me see. We had a couple of questions to start off with. I'm going to start on my left
That's
first. Do we have questions on this side? Ms. Switzer Smalls?
I am stuck on number 3, and I'm looking here at Mr. Goldstein said that the residents needed to present proof in terms of noise, vibration, dust, and traffic issues. But I don't know that you have presented any evidence that these things will not be an issue for the residents, I guess is my question.
Mr. Goldstein was handling that part of this. I was here to answer questions and try to clear up a couple of misconceptions.
So I think the same is also true for your case, is that you haven't really presented every evidence that these things will not impact the community.
Right. I'm trying to read it with my bad side. Impossible. What I've been handed is impossible to prove a negative. I don't know the meaning of that.
Okay, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams has a question for you, Mr. Coffey.
So, sir, as a follow-up to Ms. Switzer Small's question, you did a traffic study, and
Yes.
the traffic study was saying that there were, did you say 80 trips
40 trucks or 80 trips.
per what time period?
8 to 5.
In one day?
Yes.
So based on that study, you submitted that would be, you would be taking those trips in a day?
I submitted that as part of my site plan review, that we had to go back through another site plan review because we deferred last time.
So that's different from the 20 trips that was mentioned earlier?
Right, and I sent Jenny an email, 6/27, that said we're going to 40. It was also shown in the site plan review, and it was also shown with the traffic study that we were required to do.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted a clarification on that. But there were no noise studies
No.
done or nothing like that? Like
I have
as
never
was
had,
mentioned?
I don't know how many mines that I've done through Charleston County, and the chairman knows I've been here numerous times for these type of special exceptions, and I've never, ever had anybody ask me about a sound study. Just hasn't happened.
And the reason I asked as a follow-up is because that's some of the concerns from the community, so.
Right, I understand.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
But if you look at it this way too, when a developer comes and he's developing a subdivision, what has he got running in that subdivision? Trucks, track hose, backhoes, you name it. I mean, construction's all around us. We're in Charleston, the place is blowing up. So you're gonna have truck traffic, truck noise everywhere. There's no denying it.
Mr. Nelson, did you have a question?
Yes, so Mr. Coffey, you said if you're running 80 or 40 trucks per day instead of 20 trucks per day, is it still a 2-year project?
Yes. You're going to have weather, you're going to have stuff that's going to, not make that timing perfect. It's going to be a lot of things. Plus, this is a specialty product. It's something that, somebody who really needs this type of product, shell sand mostly, to use on like for road construction or whatever. So it's a particular type of material. It's not just like structural fill.
So why don't you help the board with that? What's the difference between shell sand? Why would that be important? How many shell sand pits exist in Charleston County?
There are very little shell sand pits. It's very hard to find. It's like finding gold when you find a shell sand pit. The cost difference, I don't know exactly. John can probably spell it out more than I can, but a typical fill dirt might cost you $5 a yard, where shell sand would cost you anywhere $15 to $20 a yard. So it's a very lucrative, expensive material.
And what
Hard
type
to
of
find.
what type of project is shell sand normally used for?
Well, you had one community off of Clements Ferry Road. I think it's Beresford. I think some of their roadways are nothing but shell sand.
Right, and so that would be a pervious, pervious
Impervious.
surface instead of impervious.
Right, which
surface.
plays on your BMPs that you asked about. And of course, with every development or construction that we do, we have to employ BMPs per OCRM. And this project has the same. It's got the silt fence, got double silt fence against the wetlands. We got a 50-foot buffer on the wetlands. We're doing everything that meets that requirement. One good thing is that Tommy pointed out is we were doing a discharge permit, and now we're doing a no discharge permit. So you're going to have just a drag line basically digging the material out in the water. So nothing's being pumped out. There's no sediment basin. It's just a pond being dug out and the water being, they're just digging right through the water. So it's the best situation you can ask for.
So there's no pump running at all to drain the groundwater down in order to dig it?
With the shell sand, you can't keep up with the water. That's the whole idea, because when we first came to you, we were looking at doing the discharge permit, but the shell sand, the water is running through there so heavy that you'd never keep up with it.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do we have any more questions on my right? Mr. Neal?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. A couple of them. You brought up the traffic report. I just want to detail that a little bit more. You said that there was no mitigation required from the DOT. Do you know if there was a level of service drop in the traffic study at that corner? Or was it just no mitigation required? There's a difference.
He basically did a study based on a traffic loading of 80 trips per day. And I've got a copy of that if y'all would like.
You understand what I'm asking, though. There's a level of service at every stoplight, and that's why you have to have the mitigation. Sometimes you don't have to have a mitigation, but you can still have a level of service drop from an A to a B or a B to a C. So I'm wondering, in that traffic report, that since you brought it to the table, and we haven't had a chance to see it, is there a drop in the level of service?
I'm not a traffic engineer, I couldn't tell you. But this has been provided, so I don't know why you don't have a copy.
That's okay. I just asking that. I have two quick questions on because I am a new member. I've been here a couple of months now. I was not here at the previous one, the deferral. So when designing the Hall Road, why is it closer to the residents? I mean, was that something that came out of this board or staff? Because it looks like you had to design it away from the corner because of the issue with the school and Lofton Road. And I know you got a wetland going through the property, so you had to go away from that. I understand that. But is there a requirement from the DOT to be so far away, 100 feet, 200 feet, or something like that? Because again, you're within 100 feet of the neighbors. And again, I don't know if there's any houses down there, but that's one of the issues that I'm driving. Everything else I'm fine with the mine.
Right.
I just have a problem with that Hall Road because I think it's going to be very impactful, and that's criteria 3 and 6 for me.
The Hall Road, the only reason that I put it where I put it, because everybody was having an issue with being close to the school or being on a road to school on, and I get it. I totally agree with that. So that was a blessing to me to be able to put a Hall Road somewhere else. It's a cost. I mean, it cost him $60,000 to do that. But so I figured the further the better. And I kept it 100 foot off the line because we have to have a 100-foot buffer. And plus my radius tie-ins, I can't extend over a property line. So those are the reasons I jammed it as far as I could. Can I move it closer to Lofton Road? Absolutely. There's nothing that says I can't. Driveway spacing with DOT is 75 feet from edge to edge. So I got plenty of room that I can move that Hall Road. There's 7 lots that you're talking about beside the property are wooded lots. No one's living there, but that don't mean somebody might start next year. But if that was a condition, move me 100 feet more, so be it. It's not going to hurt what they're doing.
And then my last question is, are you confirming that we're now talking about an application that really has no limit on how many trucks can be? You're just saying that you're now going to do 40 trucks a day, where originally it was 20 trucks a day. Is there some limitation at all? Obviously, we can put a limitation on it,
right.
But is there some limitation that you're seeing, or you just changed it from 20 to 40 in 30 minutes?
We were thinking the material, because it's such a special material, hard to find material, that you're not going to have the everyday Joe coming in there to get a truckload at $5 a yard.
Right.
When they got to pay 20 a yard. So the thought was the maximum that we would get at, and then looking at the traffic study, that 40 would be a more reasonable number, because 20, that's kind of light. And they're thinking that they're going to have more than that coming in, and it's going to be a special project that drives that. It's not just any project. So that's why we said, well, let's stick with 40. Did the traffic study, everything worked out perfect, and that's how we ended there.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wonderful. I think I've probably been the quietest member of this. This board.
It's just 8 o'clock.
You got good stuff, though. You got good stuff.
This is probably more for the community than for you, but I think I know the answer. Your remediation plan.
Yes.
As soon as you dig out whatever sand you have, we know it'll last no more than 24 months. The way the economy is going, you'll probably be done quicker and then be out of there. Your remediation, is that right?
Possibly.
I'm sorry?
Possibly.
What would you do otherwise?
What do you mean?
I mean, if once the mine's completed, what would you do next?
Well, a typical remediation on a pond, and I've done a ton of them all over the place, is they would backfill that pond. Some people backfill it all the way up to the top.
I'm sorry, I don't think you understood my question.
No, I must not.
I was talking about you got at the end of your life of mine, you've got a remediation plan.
Right.
One thing you can do is file a RECRA and don't make it a landfill.
Right.
Another thing that would allow you to make more money in
Right.
theory, at least.
Mm-hmm.
What you're not going to do that. What you're going to do is have it. Your remediation plan is to make it a pond.
Yes.
So it'll be water.
Yes.
Won't be built on. Won't be used as a dump.
Right.
It won't be a development.
It could be a development around the pond. Yes.
But it could be houses around the pond. So I guess where I'm going is this. So for the community, you could have this landfill. Your remediation plan is to have a pond.
Yes.
And they could have more now could be less for them later, as far as traffic, noise, pollution, that sort of thing. Is that what I'm getting from what you're saying?
You're right on the money.
Okay, I thought I was. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And if you didn't, if you didn't do this mine, somebody could put,
Anything.
I think my neighbor might have mentioned pig
Yeah.
sty, but I don't, I hope that wouldn't happen. Or, cotton, you could have logging with
Anything.
logging trucks going down there all the time.
Right.
Without any regulation at all. At least you're regulated.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I
And DHEC they do watch, and we have DMRs we have to do, monitoring reports we have to do every month. It's not just here's your permit, go to work, and we'll see you in 2 years. They're monitoring constantly. He has to take water samples constantly. It's not just here it is, go have fun. So it is very involved.
Thank you so very much, Mr.
You're
Kaufman.
welcome. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Just point of clarification. I'm in contact.
Yes,
with-
go ahead.
So the traffic study that you submitted
Yes.
for site plan review was based on 40 trucks.
Yes.
Your application says 20 trucks.
Yes.
Just to clarify for the board, because I'm a little confused, I want to make sure no one else is confused, particularly the board members, because I don't
Right.
vote.
Right.
Are you asking for 20 trucks or 40 trucks?
I asked for 40.
Okay.
I originally submitted with 20. Excuse me.
Okay. What I'm asking you,
Yes.
because this is your opportunity.
Right.
What are you requesting from the board?
40,
Okay.
which matches everything we have in place right now.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? All right. So I'm going to say this before we start. Thank you for your point of views. I will say, make sure you say something different than the person before you. We don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. Okay? To expedite this. Are we clear? Very good.
Can you say if you haven't been sworn in, please stand up and do it now?
Very good. Our attorney advises us right at this time there may have been some more people who came in after the swearing in. If you did not swear in, would you please stand up at this time and Ms. Brooks will swear you in? Is there anyone that missed the swearing in initially? Thank you, Ms. Brooks. You administrated oath.
All right. Please raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Since she's standing, come on, young lady. We'll let.
I think you would like to speak first.
Okay. No, that's fine. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should disapprove this application.
Yes, Preston Danner from 906 Skeet Street in McCollinville. I am here.
And one more time, just a little louder.
A little bit louder, a little bit closer. All right, I'm here. I have some regards into being a local there, and as our other representative hasn't seen the area, it is a very low shielding in between where that road is and the school, and there's also an auxiliary fire department right across the street, and it's one of the other waterways. You saw that creek, but there's 5 other creeks that made the whole Bowles Bay waterway system work. And when you deep mine the 2020 EPA study, once you get past that part and it gets in the deep metals, it leaks out into those waterways. And that's where all of our fishing and wildlife, 6 different total communities work off that. And there are houses over there. I know you can't see them on the maps, but they exist. I yield the rest of my time for questions.
All righty. Does anyone have a question? Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. You said something can start to leak into the waterways. Specifically,
Yeah.
what's going to leak?
Once you get into a lower depth, even if it's wet mining, it starts to leak into the other waterways.
When you say
and that
it,
leak-
I'm just trying to understand what you're referring to. It is going to leak. What is it?
uh,
What are you
mine-
talking about? It's going to leak. the metals, the dirt? I'm just trying to
No,
clarify.
just overall, we're in low country, so the water table, once you activate a lot of those metals, the deep metals, it goes into all the waterways. So it would kill the shrimping industry that's there, clamming, everything.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on my left? Any questions here on my right? Thank you so very much for your
Appreciate it.
testimony, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. I saw several hands.
Can you hear me? My name's Teresa Danner, 906. Yep,
Thank you, Ms. Danner. Go ahead.
906 Skeeve Street. I live 5 miles from the proposed landmine. I'm the owner of Bulls Bay Saltworks. We harvest seawater from Bulls Bay and solar evaporate it to make culinary sea salt. We've been doing this for 11 years. We have 2 distributors and sell to chefs and restaurants and specialty stores from coast to coast. So I understand that the runoff is not necessarily an issue based on the comments that we've heard today. However, I do question everything between traveling on the road, the school and the children and their safety, as well as, of course, in my opinion, the water. I would like to say that when I collect water, I collect it from Lofton's Landing, which is directly across the street from St. James Santee Elementary School. I haul it with a trailer. I haul 1,000 gallons of water at a time. You guys probably know 1 gallon of water weighs over 8 pounds. So this is a heavy load. The turning lanes in and out right across the street from St. James Santee are very short, and there's a lot of traffic. And if there are trucks coming and going from any direction in any vicinity, whether it's another access road or not, that's a severe danger, in my opinion. I would also like to say that I kind of am interested in a little bit of pen testing, if you will, and I did do some research on the company that we're in referencing to today. I called them this morning to find out if I could purchase sand from them. Contrary to what we were told today, I was told that I could purchase sand for $8 a yard. So I'm not sure how all of these numbers are coming together with what is being spoken by the proposal and what is actually truth from what I was told I could buy when I called this morning. I guess that's it, unless you have questions for me.
Well, thank you. Thank you so very much. Do we have any questions on my right? Any questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight. Young lady in the back.
Good evening.
Good
I've been
evening.
here since 3 o'clock. My name is Cynthia Diane Tension Gathers. I live at 426 Society Road in the rural area of McClellanville, South Carolina. And we're the seaport for most of the seafoods there in South Carolina. So I want you to know I am also an elected member of the constituent school board for our county. Mr. Thomas Collington, who's been on the board for 35 years, he's in the hospital, so we just ask and solicit your prayers. I am the vice chair. This was not my mission, but I have to make sure that we do what's right for our children, our school, and our community. So I am here with the concerning of the mining extraction. The principal of St. James Elementary School is none other than Mrs. LaCarma McMillan. She's a principal of a neighborhood rural school, which is closely knitted. It houses children from CD from babies to the 8th grade. We only have one school now, and that's the elementary school. And those are our babies. And yes, they are special. Okay, they're special. The operation of the school is from 7:45 to 2:45 daily when school starts. There is also an after-school program because it's a rural area. The shoe doesn't fit every community. Our parents live far away to get to Mount Pleasant to drive or to find work or Georgetown. So it doesn't fit all. So there's times where the kids have to stay after until someone's there to pick them up. So there's an after-school program. We're opposing this because this is right across from the school. This is Highway 17. It is dangerous. This Highway 17 connects us to Mount Pleasant, Georgetown. It's the only four-lane highway that we have. If there's an accident, then we're in trouble, okay? And when you ask them about the whole road, there's a small community behind there, those 7 houses. It's a small community, and people do live there. It's a demographic area because the school is majority of people that looks just like me. It's in my neighborhood. Now, Mr. Goldstein, he doesn't live there, and I am against that because it's not his area. So we do, and we're concerned about the noise. We're concerned about the pollution. We're concerned about the heavy noise because during the course, at that tender age, if someone put a lock gate in my community on an early day out, there's a pond in that area, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that fence to see what's behind that fence. So even having a lock gate there doesn't suffice for our children being there because children are inquisitive. Schools are out early days, so what do we do when the schools are out? Now, they said 20 trucks coming in and out. Now today we hear 40. Well, then you'll hear 80, and then it'll go on and on. And even for 24 months, there's a problem because there's a pond there. So there's dust. Dump trucks hauling 20 times a day, starting off the small, then it grows into something large. In a pond, really? They have a pond there open, out left open? I don't think so. So please, I'm asking this board to please don't have them put this in our community. Our children are as important as anybody else. They close the only high school we have. Our children have to go many miles to get to Wando, back and forth every day. And if this destroys our children, we don't know what the side effect of them digging holes. Now it's wetland. You know, it's going to be wet. We don't know what's the causes for this, so please don't have that. Please,
Thank you.
I'm asking you, this board.
Yes,
Please.
ma'am. Thank you. So I'll come to you, Mr. Williams. You brought something to my attention. Well, no, it's just a question I want to ask. So the pond is going to be fenced in, right? So how do you keep a child?
Ma'am.
How do you keep children from climbing a fence? What would you suggest them to do?
I don't know, because it's an elementary school. Kids are inquisitive. We don't have a park or an area where they can learn how to swim. So I don't know. I'm thinking about them drowning.
Okay,
climbing
so
that
but
fence.
these kids are also and should be supervised, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can go to Mr. Williams for a question.
Ma'am, can you remind us how many kids go to that school again? Because I remember last time, but I forgot.
There's a total of about 215 students to that school now. And that's why it's combined to an elementary and a middle school and CD too. So there's a child development, whereas they drop the kids off there at 7 early in the morning, and then babies, we're talking babies.
Thank you.
Babies.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service on the county, on the school board. You brought up 2 interesting points. One, you said the school goes from 7:45 to 2:45, but there's also after-school programs.
Yes, sir.
Those are well-attended, I would imagine.
It's well-attended.
Numerous parents can't pick up their children until late. Approximately how many people are still doing after-school stuff? If out of the 240, did I hear 240 children? Just approximate.
I don't know, maybe 40, 50 kids. We are in a rural area where it was distance, and my problem, even on the constituent school board, God forbid if anything was to happen, they're coming to collect bodies because that's just how far we are away from everything. Do you understand? We are far away from everything. We sit in the middle. So that's my concern. So even though if we have 40 to 50 kids there after school, they're supervised, but things happen. Yeah. Things happen.
And my follow-up also, since she sounds like she knows the area very well, I was concerned mainly about the 7 lots or so that show up on the plat of the design plan that Mr. Goldstein submitted. Are there other areas in that general vicinity close to the mine, proposed mine, that you think will have noise pollution or truck pollution,
Definitely.
truck noise pollution all the way to the school? Are there other residential areas in that area?
There's residential area. You can't see like from where the map's showing, but there is residential area. And then behind that street, there's a whole area, a whole nother little town of people.
Can we
Okay?
pull up, do you mind pulling up the aerial of, yeah, right in here. Can you see this here? Can you just, so the school, yeah, the school is right here. So we're talking more north. Where's the residential, I'm sorry, I'm not using the microphone, Mr. Chairman. Where is the residential area in conjunction with this proposed mine? Where is the higher concentration of residential homes in that area?
It's on the back side of the school, okay?
In here?
Yes. And of course, there's residents on Highway 17 too, but there's a little small area right behind there on the right side of that school.
And then my last question is, would you be in favor of this, and this is you personally, because I know you can't speak for the school board, if we restricted the hours to 8 to 2, just because away from the schools? Would that be more acceptable?
No, I don't want it in my community. Put it in his community, not ours. These are our babies. We've got to save them if no one else looks out for them. No,
got you.
I'm sorry, I oppose to it
Thank
all.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? I'm going to come over there. I'm going to come over that side too. I forgot about you. Yes, ma'am, in the blue, pearls.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here late this evening. My name is Lauren McGill Milton. I'm a staff attorney with South Carolina Environmental Law Project. We're a public interest nonprofit that's dedicated to protecting South Carolina's land, water, and communities, and that's why I'm here this evening. My office, quite frankly, has received a ton of calls about this project. Most of what we have heard relates to parents who have children at St. James Santee Elementary and Middle School who are absolutely terrified of the safety of their children making it to and from school every single day. We're talking about a project, and I'm so glad Mr. Neal caught on to it, but it seems that the truck traffic is even more than we had thought then, is that a truck must haul. So they're going to haul things off of that site, they're going to be hauling sand to sell, and they're going to be hauling equipment onto that site. So that's a trip to and from every single day that those children who are waiting on a bus, walking home from school, that's another trip that these children are in danger. We're talking about the general welfare and character of a community. And what has angered me here tonight is we're talking about the evidence that a community can bring, and we're hearing about more trucks here tonight that weren't part of an application that the community who wrote in letters didn't have an opportunity to respond to. So we're getting the game changed up over and over again for this community. We're also hearing a lot about dry mining or whatever that is. There will be wetland discharge from this. That's not part of probably y'all's concern. It's just something that I had to address here. This area should only be used for growth that really respects the unique character of the county while protecting cultural and natural resources. Sand is a non-renewable resource. You don't get that back. Kids, non-renewable resource. Once you put them in danger, something happens, you don't get them back. We're talking about the character of an area here. You can't get that back. And I probably could talk about this all night, but I'll just say for these reasons, I strongly urge y'all to deny the applicant's request, and I thank y'all for your time tonight.
Okay, one moment. Let me see. Thank you. Just one moment. Let me see if anyone has a question for you.
Yeah.
I'll start on my left. Did we have anyone that has a question for her? Oh, okay. I should have started on that side.
Well, quick one.
Yeah.
Approximately how many letters of support and opposition has your agency received? Because you mentioned it in your testimony about this project.
I have not received one call, email, text message, not only speaking for myself, but the other staff attorneys and our executive director at my firm. We've not received anything in support. I would say we've probably received 30, whether that's calls, intakes, emails, things like that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Truslow, you had a question, sir?
I was thinking, yes.
Oh, ma'am, would you please return back to the podium? I'm sorry, I was looking down this way and I didn't see that you slipped away.
Thank you for taking your time to come here. Appreciate you giving us your view. I'm trying to get my mind around one thing. Lofton Road is right beside the school. You got 17 with trucks flying down every every day, and then you've got Lofton, which is paved and by the school and then turns into a dirt road. You can go down Lofton Road, you can go to Old Georgetown Road, you can see areas that are clear cut, you can see logging trucks coming up and down Lofton. And I'm not even sure how to ask this, but that's the way they get out onto Highway 17? And have there been any incidents where, I hope there haven't, but where children have been harmed by logging trucks?
I
right
personally have not heard any because, again, I am an environmental attorney, and so they wouldn't recommend. But the people that I've heard from that have told me that those are their concerns, they have not said that that has happened. But something that I'll tell you is we just had this young woman here say that they offered to sell her sand for $8 a cubic yard. And so wherever they're going to be hauling it to, I don't know what area is safe if you're going to be hauling it offsite to sell it somewhere, if that makes sense.
You know, you have sand and you have sand. There can be different kinds of sand that have different prices. But and again, I respect what you're saying. I'm trying to understand is the idea to close off Lofton Road to all traffic, or is it just going to be for agricultural purposes will be allowed, logging trucks will be allowed, but the sand truck, you understand, is not going to be coming down Lofton Road. They're going to have a haul road.
They will have a haul road, but what I am saying to you is that wherever it is that they're going to be selling sand to, they're going to be heading off in those directions from that.
Once they get on 17.
Once they get onto 17,
I was
yes.
just trying to figure out how to be fair to both sides. I mean, if you could say logging trucks can come down the road, but sand trucks can't. You could have a truck full of a full load of harvested corn, soybeans, cotton, whatever. I'm trying to understand why one would be fair. I'd want to be fair to everybody. I'm sure you would too. Are we having a slippery slope where we're going to say one group isn't going to be allowed to travel down the road and others would? I'm just trying to. I need your advice and help.
Okay. Well, what I would say about this area is I believe that there's something in the agricultural that it says that this is a rural area for agricultural preservation, and it should be used for growth that respects the unique character of the county while protecting the cultural and natural resources. Is that correct? So I think what we have in McClellanville is we have some small rural farmers. That's the families whose kids go to St. James, Santee Elementary and Middle School. And I think that that might be the rural farm character that it is that we're talking about. I don't know that it's a sand mine. And once we start talking about roads, that's y'all. Y'all are in the unenviable position of talking about whether people's children are going to be safe there with a sand mine and the sand mine trucks. And that's a decision y'all have got to make and tell those parents that it's good for y'all or not.
Okay. The other thing, I hope you haven't experienced this, but I can see it's a rural area. You're allowed to deer hunt, high-powered guns, deer drives. Have any of the children been damaged by going across Lofton Road and being injured with vehicles or guns or going into other people's property?
Again, I am an environmental attorney.
Okay.
I do not work for DNR. I don't work for Charleston County Sheriff's Department, so I have not heard about any hunting accidents that happen from there. And again, I don't think that hunting accidents are what we're here to discuss tonight. We're here to discuss a sand mine, and that's the decision that y'all have to make tonight.
What I was thinking about was, in a global sense, was safety in an overall sense.
Absolutely, and I think parents need to take that into concern, but the parents that have called me haven't called me about hunting accidents. They've called me about a sand mine.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Let's start on this side over here. I'll come to that side, come back. Yes, sir, please come on. Please state your name and address for the record.
I talk loud, so hopefully I don't blast you away. My name is David Quick, and I live at 1502 Village Square in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. And I'm obviously opposed to this. I'm just kind of blown away that in 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'll try to be quick. So I'm just blown away that all of a sudden it's gone to 40 trucks, which is 80 truckloads round trip. I mean, that's a lot over a course of a day. And I just think, I wonder if you guys are familiar with the term environmental justice? Anybody familiar with the term environmental justice?
Yeah. Mhm.
It basically that, there's a history of putting harmful industry next to communities of color. And I wonder if this mine would even be in consideration if it was next to Mount Pleasant Academy or Wando High School instead of a predominantly black and rural school. So, I think really the school issue is key to this. I mean, I can't imagine for 2 years having the sounds. We all hear what dump trucks make, the noise that they make when they back up, right? We know the beep, beep, beep. And it's just going to be too much for the school. And I think there are, many other environmental issues with mining. And I think eventually the state of South Carolina is probably going to come around and try to do some regulations on mining because it's a little Wild Westy for us these days. So that's all I'm going to say because I know it's been a long night for everybody. And I'm going to stay up here till you all have any questions if you have any.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions on my left? All right. Thank you, Mr. Quick, for your testimony tonight. Yes, ma'am. I promise you I'll get to all of you.
Hi, I'm Angela Barnett, Director of Planning and Real Estate for Charleston County School District. I know a lot about land acquisition and disposition, and normally I'm in their seat, I can honestly say. So I am here to I've listened to what they said. I'm not going to repeat a lot of things. I can tell you that when I look at the criteria, basically we're concerned about 2 and 6 very heavily. I can tell you that what I have to do to vet a piece of property, I'd be very curious. Does the traffic study, is it a sample of a day? Did it take into account when schools?
Face this way.
When schools actually were in session, what the traffic pattern looked like, how large was that sample? When it comes to SCDOT, Office of School Facilities, not only do we have to face you guys to get things permitted, we go through a whole different permitting process. The mission is literally to protect the students in the environment that they're in. That is mainly why I'm standing here on behalf of our superintendent and our board. We are very concerned about this. I'm not going to say that I don't understand where they're coming from and the fact that they are trying to get something accomplished, just like when we try to put a school on a piece of property. But we do have to mitigate certain things before we can do that. And not only to me, is that your responsibility to help make sure that's done, it's also their responsibility to make sure that they're doing that also.
Okay, hold on one moment.
I wanted to know what group she was from again?
I'm with Charleston County School District. I'm the Director of Planning and Real Estate for the district.
Does the county school board or executive director, do they have a position on this application?
They do, mainly. I did a board update to our board to let us know that I would be here representing the district. That took place 3 weeks ago. I'm not going to tell you that they're going to send a lot of letters. That's not what we do. We do not lobby. We're only here to let you know that we understand what the property owner is trying to accomplish, but we do have our concerns for our students.
So you have concerns. You're in opposition to this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Question.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Ma'am, I respect that you with the school district. Can you tell us about some of the impacts on that school or on those students?
I think mainly from our standpoint, what we're looking for is a couple of things. I know that one of the things that keeps getting brought back is there is a turn lane when you are going north down 17. To turn into that is going onto Lofton Road. So literally these triple axle trucks are going to take off, and it is a short left turn lane. We mitigated it when we built that school. You turn, you're going to have to loop back onto 17 going south. You're then going to turn down that dirt road. It is a wet mine. We've heard that a million times. But the road that's leaving from that wet mine is gravel. It says it. There is going to be dirt. I can't imagine triple axle trucks going down a gravel road and the damage that's going to be done to that road. And I'm just going to state it from an educational standpoint. We have 25 kids in a classroom. Little Johnny is not going to follow the rules. Those trucks are going to end up going down Lofton. Somebody's going to go down Lofton, I'm telling you. And it is just an extreme concern for us at this point in time. Is everybody going to follow the rules? Who's going to take responsibility? It passes you all, but ultimately it will be us that are going to have to mitigate the circumstances of what's taking place next door to us.
Thank you. That's it.
Any more questions on that side? Thank you. Thank you so very much. All right, I'm going to just watch slides. Yes, sir, you just point. Yeah, there you go. I feel like I'm the guy on Price is Right, you know? Yeah. Come on down. You're on the Price is Right.
Johnny.
No, what's his name? Johnny, okay. Yes, sir, please state your name and address. for the
Roger
record.
Martins, 8926 Old Georgetown Road, McClellanville, 29458. Heard about being shale sand, and it's wet, and you have to wet mine it because you can't keep up with the water. The reason you can't keep up with the water is because it's draining our wells in the community. It's draining the wells from St. James Sanity Elementary School. These wells are going to get drained. Little Wamball Swamp, a huge ecosystem that comes through our community that brings wildlife above and beyond what you can imagine. I can read this list off, or I can hand it to you. Can I have an extra minute? But this is what I have seen on this property, coming off the property, going onto the property, walking with my grandchildren on Lofton Road. And this is just a general list of what I have seen. And that is bald eagles, osprey, red-tailed hawks, red-shouldered hawks, Cooper hawks, American kestrels, male and female, Mississippi kites, swallow kites, great horned owls, barred owls, barn owls, blue heron, white egrets, cattle egrets, pileated woodpeckers, red cockaded woodpeckers, and redhead woodpeckers, flickers, cardinals, robins, crows, blue jays, warbles, all the other songbirds you can imagine, turkeys, and hummingbirds. Black bear, deer, bobcats, coyotes, red fox, gray fox, possums, raccoons, gray squirrels, fox squirrels, otters, armadillos, and of course pigs. Don't know a lot about insects, but butterflies, dragonflies, moths just out the gazoo on this property, on and off. Alligators. I have seen alligators coming across Lofton Road. Eastern diamondbacks, timber rattlers, water moccasins, copperhead king snakes, eastern king snakes, black racers, yellow rat snakes, banded water snakes, brown water snakes, scarlet king snakes, three-line skinks, turtles and frogs and toads that I can't even describe.
Okay, so you got a lot of animals going across that road.
Yeah, actually. Hopefully, too.
Okay.
And
so-
hopefully the Webster salamander is not on this list, because I see salamanders, and hopefully the Webster one is not, which is a rare salamander.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your time has elapsed. Let me see if anyone has a question for you on this side. Thank you for your education today. Thank you for that information as well. All right, I'm going to try this side if I could. It was someone that had a...
Howdy, y'all, and good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know we're all tired and we're all hungry. We all want to get out of here, so I will make this quick. My name is Riley Egger, and I direct the Land, Water, and Wildlife Program at the Coastal Conservation League. I'm here today to urge you to
Could you
deny-
restate that? You said your voice went down a little bit. Just state it
sorry.
a little louder.
My name is Riley Egger, and I'm the Land, Water, and Wildlife Director for the Coastal Conservation League. I'm here today to urge you to deny the special exemption request to establish mining in the AG-10 district. I'm not going to repeat all of the concerns here today, but I do think that the amount of people here in opposition demonstrates how it's incompatible with what the community wants, in addition to the other criteria that it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. A couple things that I did want to highlight that haven't been brought up yet. is that they have stated that they have a DHEC mining permit. I confirmed with the department just last week that they do not have a DHEC mining permit. A lot of talk has been happening about this wet mining process, and in order to have a wet mining process, they need a no discharge permit. That no discharge permit is very hard to obtain, and you need a lot of engineering and studies to show that you're not going to be able, or that you're going to be able to control all that stormwater. What we commonly see are discharge permits, and so I think clarification on that and showing the engineering that it can hold all that water, if it is going to be a wet mining process, needs to be shown. Sand, like all other minerals, are a non-renewable resource, and we need to pay close attention to where that sand is taken from. That is not the appropriate place for it to happen there today. And lastly, while the applicant is proposing 5 acres now, there's no guarantee that an expansion won't take place. More commonly than not, mines slip under a general permit, this 5 acres, and then they expand later on. So right now, it might just be 5 acres before you today, but after this 2 years is up, there's nothing, if you guys allow them to have this this resource extraction special exemption request, there's nothing saying that in 2 years' time, they're not going to go turn around to DHEC and request a 15-acre mine site. And they won't have to come before this body to get that approval. So I just want that to be considered within this, that by allowing them a 5-acre mine, you're also allowing them a 15 or a 20-acre mine, because they won't have to come back for this body for approval. For these reasons, I really urge you to deny this request, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you so very much for your comments and concerns. Do we have any questions on my left? Do we have any questions on my right? Thank you for your level of expertise and the information that you brought
Thank
forward.
you.
Thank you. All right. This side, how about? Yeah. Yes. Say again. Yep.
Hi, my name's Carol Lane, 21 Cleveland Street, Charleston, South Carolina. I raise Nigerian dwarf goats right across the street from the proposed site, and I walk with the goats every day, really right up to the border of 17. And I just had my first baby 5 weeks ago, and I walk with her with the goats, and I just know that walking with them and the dust is going to be terrible, and I really hope you don't allow this. Sand mine doesn't belong next to an elementary school. I think that's first and foremost. I don't think there's any situation where a sand mine belongs next to an elementary school, and I just hope that you reject this proposal.
Okay. 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 Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question for you.
Quick question, ma'am. You said that you live on what street, and is that nearby this line
Yes,
here?
so I live downtown in on the west side by Hampton Park, and the property is directly across from the elementary school. It's a good family friend. I consider them my second parents. They live there, and their names are Pam and Bright McConnell.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to get an idea where you were. Okay.
Thank you so very much for your comments. Who else do we have that wanted to speak and say something different? Okay, yes, ma'am. Come on, please.
Thank you very much for your patience this evening and the opportunity to speak. My name is Grace Gasper, and I live at 685 Wilson Cemetery Road in Awandaw. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my organization. I serve as the executive director of Friends of Coastal South Carolina. We work in partnership with Cape Romaine National Wildlife Refuge and the Francis Marion National Forest. St. James Santee Elementary School has participated in our Earth Stewards science learning and environmental education programs for over 20 years. So we have a very long-term relationship with this school, working with these kids in their classrooms, on their campus, and out on areas on the forest and refuges. There is no way, I don't know where burden of proof fits in here tonight, but those dump trucks are filled by heavy equipment that will be running the entire time. If you simply apply common sense to the criteria that you have in front of you, this project does not meet it. There is no way that it cannot adversely impact the school with trucks running, with the kids. They're outside on the school grounds during the day, and the school certainly isn't responsible for supervising the kids after hours and after the after-school programs. So we are very concerned about the negative impact this could have on the school, the community, the traffic, and also the natural resources. Part of this property adjoins Little Wambaugh Swamp, which is a designated wilderness area on the Francis Marion National Forest. There are a lot of questions about this proposal, and I think there's a lot that's been thrown out that's muddied the water tonight. But we believe it very clearly does not meet even the majority of criteria that you have to apply to this evening. I would also like to say somebody threw in the question about logging and hunting. And I never speak on behalf of our partners unless I'm asked to, but I'm going to make an exception tonight because I know if the community went to our district ranger with a safety concern about logging trucks near the school or hunting near the school, I guarantee that would be addressed and dealt with. And I think that the community has demonstrated the adverse impacts of this, and I very much appreciate the time to speak, and I hope that you will deny this project. It just has no place in this location, and we certainly understand, the goals of the landowner here, and I can't blame him for that, but we feel like this project just doesn't fit this place.
Thank you. Any questions on my right? No, sir. Any questions on my left? No. Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Yes, sir. Blue shirt, checker shirt.
My name is Leland McClellan from 8892 Old Georgetown Road, McClellanville, South Carolina.
Welcome, Mr. McClellan. Please tell us why we should disapprove this application.
Well, it's in my DNA to disapprove any kind of improvements. If you're familiar with McClellanville, we fight improvements. And this is one that the whole community, obviously the whole community is fighting it. Excuse me first. I got it. Cargo shorts on and I'm not wearing it. I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect.
No, you're not disrespecting.
No disrespect for y'all because I'm not wearing a tie. Whether I came here on a turnip truck or a sand truck or a logging truck, if I can keep one vehicle off Highway 17, I'll vote to keep one vehicle off of it. It terrifies me to leave my house and drive to Mount Pleasant. That's I think it's one of the worst highways in the country. And this ain't gonna help it none. This ain't gonna make it any better. As far as the houses in McClellanville or that community, you say, well, show me on the map. You can't hardly see them because most of us are in the woods. We got trees over the top of our houses, and you can look at area view, and we try to stay under the radar. We try not to get out there. I didn't particularly want to come here tonight, but, well, I'm here. Because I disagree with anything that impacts the environment or the footprint of my community. And it is my community. My family's been there since 1741. My mother was a Lofton. I'm a McClellan, but my mother was a Lofton. My great-great-grandfather.
Okay, Mr. McClellan, I hate to, this way, sir. I hate to hit you with that, but your time has expired.
Okay.
Okay.
1935, My family sold 26,000 acres of land to Francis Marion National.
Thank
And
you,
we've been
sir.
trying to keep it like that ever
Okay.
since. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time. Sorry for
Thank
my
you.
disrespect.
No, no disrespect. Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mike Butcher, 2799 Waterpoint Circle, Mount Pleasant. I am a landowner on Old Georgetown Road within the vicinity of this tract of land. I have spent hundreds of hours, excuse me, I have spent hundreds of hours on my property, which is less than a half a mile from this tract of land. I am opposed to this special use condition for a landmine, for a sand mine. I ask the board respectfully to look at other mines that have been approved in the county and how those were received by the community. The applicant said that the pond would be an amenity. I don't know who it would be an amenity for a private landowner maybe. I purchased land in that part of McClellanville to be in the rural community. I purchased it to be an agricultural zone, not an industrial mining zone. I purchased that land for the peace and quiet of being in a rural community. I don't look forward to hearing excavators, dump trucks, bulldozers running 8 hours a day. And as Mr. Quick pointed out, it's not just the excavator, it's every time they back up. The students across the street will hear that. 100-foot buffer sounds like a lot, but it's not in November, December, January, February when the foliage is dropped, and you can hear through those trees hundreds, 500, 1,000 feet. I've been on my property. I've been 2,500 feet from Old Georgetown Road, and I do occasionally hear a large truck. I understand the noise is not a concern for the landowner, but for students in classrooms it will be. I am really concerned about the communities of Allendale, Hugie, who have sand mines that have grown up in their communities and the reaction they've had to them. Ms. Riley from the Coastal Conservation, she could certainly speak to that more than I can. There's a News 2 article that discusses it as well. I respectfully ask the board to deny this request. It does not fit the community and the area around which it would be. There is no sand mine within 5-10 miles of this location. To my knowledge, there's no sand mine around us. I think the closest one is Allendale. So I ask the board to deny this request. I ask the board not to defer it. I ask the board to make a decision and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. Any questions on my right? Any questions on left? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. I'll have one more if that's all we got. Okay. Very good. At this time, Mr. Goldstein, you have the right of rebuttal.
Well, that's a tall order. I'll try to go in reverse order. Regarding Ms. I think it was Ms. Edgar from the Coastal Conservation League. I think she was the one who said she called. Oh, sorry. I think she's the one who said she called D. Hick and that the permit had not been issued, but maybe I got the name wrong. But whoever it was, if she will see me after the meeting, I will certainly be glad to provide her with a copy of the permit issued by the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. As to Mr. Quick's comment, suggestion, racist comment, that this project is being jammed into a minority neighborhood, I would remind Mr. Quick, he's a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I'm pretty sure there are no AG 10 zones in Mount Pleasant. So I found that comment to be incredibly offensive. As to Mr. McClellan's pride in his community. Well, I have pride in my community too. I'd like to take Mr. McClellan there to visit it, but unfortunately, around 1940, it was obliterated, no longer exists. So while pride of community is an important thing, it has no consideration before this board. This board is being asked to apply the criteria set forth in the ordinance to the application and to reach a decision. And finally, I got so many notes here, but 1 minute left. I think Ms. Smalls asked at the beginning of one of the presentations, she asked Mr. Coffey, she said, do you have any evidence that the children will not be harmed by this project? No one can prove a negative. It's logically impossible. It cannot be done. Made most famous by Bertrand Russell's hilarious comment that there's a teapot orbiting Neptune, and he defied anyone to prove it. It was not so. A negative cannot be proved. And you cannot base this decision based on unbridled speculation without any evidentiary support that children will be harmed by this minor permit. And by the way, the depth of this mine is 20 feet. And as Mr. Coffey explained to you, it will be monitored by DHEC. So my time is up. We've been here a long time. I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to start on this side.
You know, I'd have some follow-ups. I just want to get Mr. Goldstein direct questions here. Very easy. Yes. Just to clarify as we go into discussion and trying to find common ground like my fellow commissioners trying to ask for, so we can try to find reasonable situations on both sides. So I want to clarify the first question I have 4 of them real quick. The application clarified, said 20 trucks a day. Now we've heard 40 trucks a day. Are you amenable to the 20 or are you asking for the 40? What is exactly you're asking us for?
Now, what he said is his traffic study was based on 40 trucks a day.
My question was, what are you asking for us to consider on this application?
Would ask for 40, but accept 20.
Okay, thank you. In my novice time here, the access road, I was thinking the access road comes out to 17. I'm thinking trucks are coming from Mount Pleasant, going up to Allendale, McClellanville area, and just turning right into the access road. Well, what I've learned, it's not going to do that. It's going to go all the way to the school, and then it's going to turn around and come back on 17 and go through, unless there's something that's coming out that y'all are going to have an encroachment permit across the median, over through the DOT, and go through. If not, then the trucks are going to go all the way to the corner. So I want to make sure I understand it clearly where these trucks, if they're coming, going north on 17, how are they going to enter the access road into the property? Are they going to go to the corner, or are they going across the median?
No, they're not going across it.
There's a median crossing north of the site. They will have to.
But will they go directly into the access road, or will they have to turn around? So they will have to turn around.
That turnaround is at Lofton Road. Now that we're not using Lofton Road.
I don't want.
Come to the podium. That needs to be.
From the school.
I just want to clarify that one point, because I think that's an important issue here, because traffic seems to be a big point of contention.
Right. When you're coming into the site from Charleston towards McClellanville, you have to turn where Lofton is, which was our original idea, was to go in on Lofton Road. And now we can't because we're moving 400 plus or minus feet down the road. So you're going to have to make basically a turn and go into the driveway that we're putting in.
So you'll come south on 17 north, south on 17 south at that point, and then you'll turn right onto the access road. Is that correct?
North, turn right on, and down to the access road.
So you'll basically be doing a U-turn if you're coming north with the trucks. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Because I was confused earlier, and now I think I've drawn the right picture. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if that's the situation, then it seems to me to be unreasonable that there would be no grade level service droppage on 17 if you're going to add 40 trucks a day in that turning area that close to the school.
Like I said, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just.
I am not neither. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand that that's my point contention is I believe there will be an impact in that area near the school. So then, Mr. Goldstein, my last question, or two last
Thank you
two.
for your testimony again. Mr. Goldstein, please come back up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein, I wanted to confirm that there's going to be no access on Lofton Road whatsoever for delivery of equipment, nothing. So the people that are living down Lofton Road, we heard somebody in opposition say they walk their goats up and down, they're walking kids up and down. The school's there. We've found out through testimony now that there's residential behind the school. There'll be no access to this property for the mining operation on Lofton Road, correct?
That is correct.
I want to clear that up. And then the last thing is, you, in your application initially, you said that you had no understanding of any noise levels whatsoever from this mining operation that would affect anything in the nearby area. So that includes the school and any testimony that we've heard from the county school people. So if you wanted to expand on that, just to say there's not going to be any noise from trucks, mining operations whatsoever.
I stand by that. You could stand on the property line with a decibel meter and read it if you want to.
I just wanted to make sure. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I wanted to follow up on the traffic, because that's still a major concern. We have a 4-lane highway, 17. You're coming from, heading towards Georgetown, if you will, McClellanville, on 17. 4-lane highway, you got 2 lanes going north. You want to turn into the mine. Do you have to go, you get in the left lane, do you get right in front of the school at Lofton Road and do a U-turn, come back, and then take a right onto the Hall Road? All right. So it will impact on the traffic for people going into the school, won't it? I mean, you're turning, you got large trucks turning right in front of the school where people are coming from both directions to get to the school, and you're doing a U-turn in a large truck. All right. Mr. Goldstein, I wanted to pin you down on this. I asked you before, and you said you needed to consult with your client, and I'm trying to see if there can be some common ground, if, no pun intended, but the sword is in the sand and nobody's going to give. Trying to be fair to you, because there have been issues regarding traffic, how many people are going to be coming through, how many trucks are going to be coming. Are y'all asking at this time for a deferral so you can get some information that we haven't had before? And/or would you want the other side to have more time if they need it?
No, I don't think a deferral would answer any questions. As a matter of fact, the photo that we're on now, if we just scroll back, I think 2 photos, right there. You talk about the residences, that's a tax map.
That's not, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. That's not responsive to my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you don't see any
Can
resident.
you answer my question, please?
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I forgot your question. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was trying to reach
they-
common
they
ground
do
if we
not-
can, if we can reach common ground and see if there's any way to give both sides a chance to fully present the case. Are you saying you're in favor of a deferral or not?
Not in favor of a deferral. Not after what I've heard tonight. I don't think that anything we could say or do would mollify the.
Question of yours.
Oh, wait a minute. We'll get to you, Mr. Williams. I'm going to start this way and go work now. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Williams. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Goldstein, I would enjoy this so much more if you had your special glasses on that you wore for our last BZA meeting, but we'll save that for another time. Maybe it'd be appropriate tonight. I'm not sure. I think there's been a lot of talk here. I think the only common ground that we could find is if there were a way to build a sand mine without trucks coming in and out of it. Then we would have some common ground, and we'd also just have a farm pond and not have a mine.
Right.
So the two things that I've heard that I would like to ask the applicant is, one, there was testimony about potentially a request coming in to expand the mine once it had reached its capacity. Would the applicant be amenable to a condition that limits the size of the mine? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then two, and you mentioned this earlier, and just for clarification, the applicant would also be fine with a condition that requires the mine to use wet mining and that there be no discharge as consistent with the DHEC permit that's been issued for the project.
That is 100% correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Sir, again, and this to Mr. Nelson's point, you were testifying to this board a minute ago. Your testimony is that there would not be noise coming from your project. But yet, everybody knows a truck makes noise.
Of course.
When they're backing up. So I don't understand how this could be true and it's true what you're saying.
Well, when a plane flies over my house, it makes noise, but it's not the type of noise that's debilitating or renders my residence unlivable. So if there's a backhoe operating 2,500 feet, sure, maybe you're going to hear it, maybe you're not. I don't know. But
earlier you said that it's not going to make noise that people would hear. Is that what you said?
Yeah, material
People
noise.
wouldn't hear the noise?
Everything makes noise. My
truck
breathing
back-
in and out makes noise, but you can't hear it.
So a truck backing up can't be heard. Is that what you're saying?
From
That's your
2,500
testimony.
feet, I can't say. I don't know. I would think you would not notice it. I don't think you would notice it.
Thank you.
I mean, when I go to Publix, there are trucks backing up all the time. They don't seem to make an impact on me. I'm
If
sure
I could
that-
make a comment to the chair, he said that you were very good. You are very good. Yeah, you know what you're doing.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
about-
Appreciate that.
I don't know, but trucks are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. Everything we have comes to us on a truck. So I don't know how you have any kind of project anywhere for anything that doesn't involve a truck.
Ms. Smalls, you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Goldstein, I thank you so very much, and this board thanks you so very much for the testimony with you and your client today. Thank you. At this time, the case is closed to the public. I almost need to take a 5-minute break.
No, let's not.
Well, we're not going to do that.
Point of clarification, sorry,
Yes.
quickly. We talked about access to Lofton Road. On the site plan, there's a little blue line right there that's an employee entrance. If you would not want access to Lofton Road, I would suggest potentially adding a condition for that, and then we'll resubmit through site plan review
Great.
to
Great
take that
catch.
off.
Great catch.
Put your
Here.
pointer back on that again. Okay.
Let's see if I can get.
That's an employee entrance to the site when they said they wasn't going to have one.
All right. Any discussion, board? Any
I'm ready to
questions of
make a
staff?
motion and then we can discuss it if I get a second, but I'll also yield.
I'll make a motion for the sake of discussion if you want.
We got two going here. It doesn't matter.
You want me
If
to
you
go
want,
ahead?
you want to make it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you yield to me, to my motion, I make a
Speaking
motion.
to your mic, please.
What's that?
Your mic, speaking to your mic.
I make a motion to deny the application based on several criteria that I see here. I believe it doesn't meet criteria 1. I believe it does not meet criteria 2. It's compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. That being the case, we have a school nearby, as discussed earlier. We have a community center near this area. We have kids. I'll add to that, kids in the classroom, students that may have disabilities even, that will hear the noise. And everybody knows the truck backs up, they hear noise, and kids will hear the noise. So criteria 2, I don't believe it meets that. Adequate provisions made for such items as setbacks, buffering, including fences and on landscaping to protect adjacent properties from the possible adverse influence of the proposed use such as noise, vibration, dust, glare, odor, traffic congestion, and similar factors. I don't believe it meets 3 because it's adequate usage to buffer noise is not there from what I'm hearing from the testimony. Where applicable, would be developed in a way that would preserve and incorporate any important natural features. I do believe it meets that criteria. I do believe it meets criteria 5.
Wait, whoa, hold on. If you're going to deny this, you only need the ones that you
The things I don't
actually
believe, okay.
will not.
I do not believe it meets criteria 2, as I mentioned. I do not believe it meets criteria
3.
Criteria 3, as mentioned. And I do not believe it meets criteria 6. Vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered, as we have testimony from individuals that lives on Old Georgetown Road, residents that lives, actually a school district employee mentioned the traffic issues that brings about. So those are my reasonings. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to deny with reasons 2, 3, and 6. Do we have a second? We have a second. Okay. Okay. We got 2 seconds, so we got one from Smalls and Truslow. Okay. All right. So any discussion? Well, we had 2 seconds, but it doesn't matter. Just take his.
Mr. Truslow, second.
Truslow is second. Thank you. So, any discussion?
If I may? Yeah, I think that I'm in support of the motion for denial. I had items number 3 and 6 were what I couldn't get over the hump on. So I support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I support the motion, not for all the reasons that were originally stated in the motion, but in the result. I would agree. I know there's a critical need for sand mines for the protection of the public and for us to provide housing, and especially low-income housing. Weighed against that is the rights and the protection of and safety of the community. And for the reasons stated, especially related to some traffic issues, I concur and wholeheartedly support the motion that's been made. Thank you.
I think quite possibly I'm a lone wolf on this one. I think there are conditions that we could put on issuance of this variance that would alleviate a lot of the concerns that have been presented tonight, save maybe the full impact of truck traffic on the property. But I think there are ways to mitigate that as well. Mr. Goldstein offered testimony early in our hearing tonight, probably 2 hours ago, if I'm looking at the clock correctly, that the applicant would be interested in a provisional permit, which basically would give us the ability to say, hey, look, we can give you a permit for 6 months, but you're going to have to come back and show there's been no impact on the community. We didn't really get an opportunity to vet that in our question and answer periods, but the reality is what we faced with, the constituents that are here have very legitimate concerns about the impacts on their community, on the children that attend the school, and on traffic. But right now, we are really in a speculative area. We do not know for sure that the impact that this mine will have will be completely negative on that community. In fact, you will never know until something is actually occurring in that location. We've never done anything like a provisional permit before. Nothing we do here is actually, I guess, sets precedent, so we can look at each case individually. But I do believe that there are things that we could do to alleviate some concerns and help the project move forward. But I'm just advocating for my own position.
I see you, Ms. Smalls.
I think my challenge is number 2 and number 3. I'm still concerned about how this mine affects the general welfare and character of the community. I'm not so sure that I feel it's compatible. And I know this is not always the case. I wish the site plan review process had been completed to address some of the issues related to noise, vibration, dust, traffic and its impact on the community. And so I'm not so sure I was convinced by Mr. Goldstein that regarding his reasoning around number 3. So that's where I am.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
If I can respond to Mr. Nelson, one of my biggest concerns is actually the general welfare of the surrounding area. I don't believe it meets specifically number 2, 3, and 6, but really I really want to point out number 2 because as we saw before, there is a school near this property. There are residents directly adjoining to this property. There is a high traffic area over here, and lastly, there's a community center. So that's why I want to deny it.
Mr. Truslow.
Perhaps I was too subtle, and I was responding to what Mr. Nelson said. I felt like we gave the applicant ample opportunity to seek the relief that was expressed regarding a deferral, so they could seek if they wanted a provisional license or some other opportunities to reach common ground. That was not accepted. That they made the decision, and I think they have to stand by it.
Well, I do think the better thing for us to do tonight is to take a vote, because the reality is there is a method that they can employ to follow up and appeal our decision that we make. So it's better to make that decision, let them try to proceed with what's next than
It sounds like you called for the question.
down the road. Yes, call for the question.
Oh, okay, call for the question. All right. All those in favor of supporting the motion to deny this application, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? The denial carries. So unfortunately, Mr. Goldstein, your application was denied. Within 10 days, you will be getting information from staff letting you know any and all information. Thank you. All right. I know Ms. Workin is not here tonight, but Ms. Brooks, do you have any information for us? Okay.
Yeah, so,
Please, if you guys could refrain from talking while we're still conducting business, please.
We have a motion.
yeah, so we'll have 7 to 9 new business cases for the next meeting. We will not be able to start earlier because the Planning Commission is also scheduled for that same day.
Did you repeat that? They couldn't hear.
Hey, guys, can y'all keep it down, please? We still have business to conduct.
You all
Thank
can
you.
exit the room.
Yeah, so right now, 7 to 9 new business cases for September. We'll start at 5 o'clock. We will not be able to start earlier because the Planning Commission is that same day.
What date is?
It's September the 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Anything else, Ms. Brooks?
No? Anything else? No? Okay.
Well, thank you for your patience, your hard work and dedication. We've been here a long time.
And if you have not completed your training, please remember to do your training. Also, there has been a severe thunderstorm warning issued, so please drive safe.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Good job navigating that one, Mr. Chair. Thank you.